Maybe it's not marriage. Maybe it's love.
Well, whatever it is, please it's better than you.
I've got a feeling love don't have to be the way you say it is.
Well, it's gotta be that way with me. Cause I don't need not one man. I've got a hunch I'm never gonna fail no other time.
Good evening, y'all, and welcome to Bad Part Mario League. I'm your host, joined here on the desk by none other than Mustard and Salsa, and we even have Solomon here because he wants to say something.
Hi, hello everyone. Welcome to BPL, our first partnered broadcast. Crazy. We got a little check mark down at the bottom now, and it's now in slightly better quality. Beautiful. That's what everyone wants. That's kind of crazy. We actually have a few other announcements that will happen during this stream, and mainly they're not happening now because we're late. So we'll get to them later. We have some new things that are starting. We have some new events that are going to be starting as well. It's gonna be great. But thanks everyone. I want to just pop in and say wow, welcome to a partnered stream. Very hype.
Yeah.
Enjoy it, and thanks for helping us get there. One of the things is that we get slightly better rates on subs and stuff. So if you want to help support BPL, help support the staff, basically any of the money that we make on Twitch, if it's more than $10 and it's worth actually splitting, then we will split between the different staff. So if you want to support, we've got all those buttons. So yeah, enjoy that. But yeah, enjoy
drop
the games.
A sub. We all have families to feed. Come on.
Yeah, so you don't get those mid-team fight ads anymore.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. So enjoy this. We've got a long day of games and a show match later on as well. A lot of cool stuff. But I will leave it to these three to take you through it.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Solomon. Yeah, definitely stay tuned for those announcements. It's going to be cool. But yeah, we have an action-packed playoff weekend ahead of us. This Sunday, we will crown our Season 3 A-League champions. But tonight is Friday. That usually means it's time for our B-Leaguers. They just finished an incredible regular season 2 weeks ago. And Mustard, when we take a look here at the final standings, if we can, it really went down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, 6 of these teams are all within 1 win of each other. So, it's been a really hotly contested season. And with our first match, we have Redwood Rockets against the Gerald fan club, which if we get a brief look at the A-League standings, for sure, totally. We'll see that Rockets and Gerald fan club, they're not exactly close in the standing.
For this matchup, it was Redwood Rockets, the second overall team. They picked Gerald Fan Club. Not the biggest surprise, not just because Gerald Fan Club is the last place team here being at 1-6, but also because their last regular season match literally just happened 2 weeks ago. It was an easy 2-0 for Redwood Rockets. Salsa, do you think we will see a repeat of that tonight?
Something similar. I mean, I think there's a chance that, Gerald Fan Club looked at the game tape and they're going to come out swinging with a brand new strategy. But that also implies that Redwood did nothing over the 2-week break to prepare for the match. And I don't think that's what happened.
I mean, Gerald Fan Club, despite being last place, they also weren't picked first by the first place seeded Atomic.
Atomic, our number 1 team, actually skipping out on them. Which was kind of a surprise because, like I said, the only team that only went 1-6, only won 1 match against Hayden Overwatch team, and I believe it was like week 4 or something. So stats-wise, definitely the worst team this season, but I think that shows that maybe some of the other teams could be a little scared of them. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
I mean, I think
there's a reason. There's definitely a reason.
It might also be a little bit of how has recent performance been? I guess, because I think, if I'm not looking at it correctly, I have to double check their schedule. But I think we're on a bit of a downward slope going into... Yeah.
If we look at their past matchups, Rockets, they went 3-0 to start off the season, and then after an upset win by Goliath in week 4, they went on a 3-week slide until actually in week 7 when they played Gerald Fan Club and took a 2-0 dub. So
yeah,
definitely not looking too great for the Rockets, but Gerald Fan Club in an interesting predicament after all, being 1-6 coming into the playoffs.
I actually talked to Neo, also formerly known as Zool, for those wondering, this week about this matchup. You can see it. You can read about it on our BPL landing page. I did write a little playoff preview, and he told me that being last place in this season was kind of just a gimmick for them. They maybe haven't taken it too serious, but they are in full playoff mode now, and One thing he did mention is that one of the pieces that this team really was missing was Reborn, who joined this team a couple of weeks ago and has really been a star player on DPS here. It hasn't really translated it to a lot of wins yet, but that could change tonight. Would you guys agree that Reborn has been breathing life into this team again?
Yeah, I mean, I believe, when did he join?
I think it was like week 4 or something, like
Yeah,
right
week
after that
4.
team was kind of, you know,
Yeah, so I mean,
that team,
week 4,
had some breakdowns for
you
sure.
know, Gerald fan
Um,
club, they did take a week 4 win against the Hayden Overwatch team. So
Yeah.
you know,
I
have
still
that going for
remember. I still remember talking to Turtle Shell, their captain, after week 3, after the team was 0-3 and lost 2 of their players, and he basically just said like, "Hey, you know what? We're just gonna ride it out, just trying to have fun." And then that upset win against Hayden Overwatch came out of nowhere, and then suddenly he was like, "Yeah, we're actually trying again. We're looking for scrims again." So definitely a tumultuous season for them, but again, they haven't been picked first. Atomic kind of, maybe they know something about him that other people don't. So I think it will be closer than people might think.
I mean, Atomic, they've lost 6 maps this season, and one of them was to Gerald fan club. So maybe.
Yeah, maybe they're scared. Looking at the Redwood Rockets roster a little bit more, definitely shows a really, really stacked team. There's, I would say, not a single role where you couldn't easily nominate someone from this team for like an all-star roster. Who would you guys say our viewers should be keeping an eye on tonight?
Ooh. I do remember Tim Week coming up big on the tank role in past games. We'll see how he's able to stack up this week. So yeah, I think definitely for Redwood Rockets, keep an eye on Tim Week. Definitely has been putting the team on his back with some main tank play. So definitely.
He's mostly been playing DPS actually, but yeah, he did
do some main tanking, and he did carry. He has also been carrying on the legs anytime there's a stall fight, as evidenced by some few matches in the past few weeks. So, definitely a player to watch.
Good hits gameplay.
Oh, Tim Week's in the Southern Hemisphere. He will not be playing. Unlucky.
Oh well, but to kind of prove my point, that means
He's
that
in
we
the
still have.
South. Oh
that
yes,
team-
I think he's in Cancun this weekend.
Damn. Okay. Well, I hope he's enjoying his stay there.
He's
but
enjoying life.
Again, like I said, there's a lot of people on that team who you could like really just put a spotlight on. Also, their tank line, Fish, has been really good. Tommy Slad on the off tank. We also have Rocky Ducky as well on the DPS. So even with Tim Week gone tonight, still a lot of good players in place there on the support line as well with Bunny, Slime Wall, for example. Definitely a scary team to go up against, even though they had kind of that downwards trend for a while in the season. They did finish it off with a win. And I think all the other teams will definitely be looking closely at this match because for a while Redwood Rockets definitely were like the team to beat in B League.
Yeah, and I mean, I still think they are the team to beat. After all, they did finish the season in second place, so it's definitely not, it's not an easy task, especially, again, this season has been so close. Everyone's like 1 map of each other, 2 maps of each other, maybe if they just won this fight, they would be 3rd place. So this season in B League has definitely been very hotly contested, which is a far cry actually from last season. So it's nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem with that is that like they placed 2nd in the overall, but they also kind of limped in there, which is the difficulty. They win their first 3 games 2-0. They win 7 consecutive maps, and then they lose the next 2 to Goliath to lose that 4th match. And then they lose 2-1, 2-1, and then beat Fan Club 2-0. So just with the 4 2-0s, the only way they were really getting topped is by a team that went 5-2, which Atomic did. Their map differential otherwise wouldn't be, I don't think, is good enough. If I'm not mistaken. Rockets
technically have a better map differential, but they do have just less wins, which
Yeah.
you know,
Atomic was the only
unfortunately-
team that managed to win 5 games. The other teams were all like in that 2-3, 3-2 kind of area in heading into our last week. So it really, like we mentioned already, it went down to the wire. And like you said, the better map differential, especially off of those first 3 wins that they got, where they didn't drop a single map, definitely helped them take the second place in us.
I mean, it let them coast. That's what it was. When
Mhm.
you win 7 maps in a row, like, especially with our playoff format, which really it's place top 4, and that's what you want, because that lets you at least select an opponent. You're not going to get selected by the top team and get destroyed immediately. That's what you want.
Yeah.
Obviously, you want to win every game you can, but we heard it from people from Neo, I believe, who was saying, "Hey, regular season, when we lost the first couple games, we don't care as much.
It's only,
We
it's
have
only
to
a
just be
few,
on-
you know.
Right, we just have to win during the playoffs because that's what matters."
Yeah,
so
in fact, he
it's-
didn't care. He didn't even care that much that he also left the team for a while. So I don't know what that says about the team.
Definitely
but,
had a definitely an interesting history. Yeah, he's had with Gerald fan club.
So, looking ahead at this match, I think, as also Yodi said, like this will probably be an easy 2-0 repeat. What's your bet on, Mustard? What do you say?
Honestly, assuming that the scrim books, the rumors are real, I could see this going 2-1.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think 2-1 is still pretty feasible. But in general, an upset, I don't see it happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm gonna vote for the underdog here. I think Gerald Fan Club, maybe they're better than people think. We don't have to wait any longer. It's time for Redwood Rockets versus Gerald Fan Club. Winner of this faces either Goliath or 7-piece in our next round. Let's get into the action with your casters, Mustard and Salsa.
Yep. Thank you, Jimmy. And yeah, here we are. We're going into Oasis here. Gardens will be our first map, which traditionally we've seen a lot of. Could go 6-man dive style, but it's like a very traditional rush from both these teams.
I mean, well, Redwood's currently running the blend of like the 6-man, like the support line instead of the BAP.
Yeah, we're definitely probably looking to glob up together. Nice wall, by the way, from Redwood Rockets. Should start off this fight. Thanks singled out. There it is, Neo, the first one to fall from Gerald Fan Club, and Fish just going aggressive into the back line. He's going to drop extremely low, however, but it looks like they're not going to be able to confirm the kill. Hayden will fall shortly thereafter. Gerald Fan Club forced away from the objective, so Redwood Rockets got the first cap going on.
Yeah, the nice rotation from Redwood, just right to the high ground, get that wall off, and get that early kill on a Neo, just lets them take a lot of space and win the fight there really quick, and they get a nice early capture.
Yeah, and that early capture is going to help him out a lot, especially we've seen the stall potential of Redwood Rockets in previous games as just going in aggressive. He lands the shatter. It's not going to stop the Ryan or the Baptiste, and the Immortality Field is going to keep everyone nice and topped up. Flappy going to be dropping that Amplification Matrix now. It's going to be able to take out Rocky Ducky and Tommy Slats Mag Bunny with the Coalescence just to keep everyone alive and try to stretch out this fight. And a little bit longer. Fish hung extremely low, getting bopped every which way, but able to stay alive. Finally gets taken out as Missy forced to invest the beat and Reborn with a nice 3K just to close out the fight. Gerald Fan Club in the driver's seat.
Absolutely. I mean, the shatter from Fish was pretty good, but unfortunately, when everyone's clumped up all together in the hallway, you could just throw in an Immortality Field and it does nothing. And the people who weren't shattered could at least play defense, and that's what let them back into it and win the fight.
Ooh, a big opening shatter from Neo. Gonna be laying 3 people on the ground. Boops by T and Missy as well. That bomb from Tommy Slats are really not gonna do much here as Missy picks up another environmental kill. Gerald Fan Club, yeah, they've taken control of this.
Yeah, and that's the opposite thing. It's where Neo waited until everyone was just past the door. They can get the shatter off, kill the people still left back there, and then the rest of the team can take the people because there's no one to play defense. You all right?
I accidentally kicked a cable on my desk. Unlucky. T gonna be opening up this fight with the bomb. Kingdom falling extremely low, but able to get topped up. He's gonna drop. Oh, gets nullified. However, Bunny with a nice immortality field and the Matrix from Tommy Slat, just make sure no one dies. Kid is going to be falling for that one. Flappy not in time with the immortality field, going to get taken out. Reborn gets a kill on the Bunny, but it's not going to be enough to flip this fight. Control goes back to Redwood Rockets.
Yeah, kind of a pure reaction test challenge for Flappy of, do you want to use healing or do you want to throw the lamp first? And the lamp was not thrown first, so Neo goes down there and the fight's just lost immediately. Just kind of unfortunate with the use of the other ultimates from Gerald Fan Club. Like that, awesome, but
really nice wall. Yeah, but yeah. Rocket's not able to capitalize though. Ooh, a nice window from Flappy, but a window to reciprocate from Bunny. So just a stalemate on the staircase at the current moment. No one really daring to push up or anything of that sort as we wait out the windows. Missy does have the beat. Will she be looking to engage with the beat? Maybe Tommy Slat with the bomb into the backline. The beat's going to keep everyone nice and topped up. The high noon now as well from Reborn, but it's not really going to be getting any value. Missy getting a nice boot onto Bunny. He's going to make sure no one on Rockets gets any healing. And just the cleanup now from Gerald Fan Club as they're able to clutch out the fight. And we're nearing last fight territory here on Gardens.
I'm a little questioning of the bomb there. Like, sometimes bombs in tight quarters are a good thing, but I don't think it's there as the greatest use. The shield placement and the ability to go around the corners is a bit too much to really make it useful. But this is last fight. This shatter from Neo will be pretty big here.
Oh, and it's going to catch everyone on the Rockets. Everyone's on the ground, Fungin able to stay alive, able to get the beat to keep some of his teammates topped up, but it's not going to be enough as Neo picks up 2 kills. Anyways, overtime now in favor of Gerald Fan Club. The bomb from MT into the backline. It's going to catch 2 people. No supports for Rockets. The stall potential is looking grim for this Redwood team as overtime's going to slowly tick down. Reborn with the high noon looking to clean up some kills here, but looks like the stall's gonna come out good. Fish not able to die in time. Dongwagler coming back on the May just to try to stall things out a little bit longer. The next one to touch is Bunny on Moira, but not long will she survive. The Lucio last one to go. Never mind. Okay, never mind. There we go. As Gerald Fan Club able to finish out Gardens 100-91.
Yeah, I mean, back and forth, but I think Fan Club had a bit more decisive team fight wins, and that's let them pick up Gardens. Which, I mean, winning the first round on Control is extremely useful. It's 2 out of 3, so you obviously you have some more wiggle room. Same thing with our normal 2 out of 3 in terms of maps. You want to win the first one, so you don't have to. You have a bit more wiggle room. So it looks like we're going to be getting a similar composition of the rush. They're going to be playing a little bit with the sim just to teleport forward. I mean, rush is expected on University, so that's nothing really too surprising.
Yep, we got the fight opening up here. Fish first to fall, but the Reinhardt's trading out for each other, so it's up to see who can win the war of attrition now without their main tanks, or their off tanks for that matter. Tommy Slat's still alive for Redwood Rockets, but I don't know. Yeah, it looks like they're going to be able to keep control of the point, but play advantage currently in favor of Gerald Fan Club. A nice wall just to make sure that Neo can't return to the point as Hayden will get separated from the rest of his team. Missy, next one to be getting taken out. So Redwood Rockets getting first control here as it continues to tick up even as they aggress onto the staggered members of Gerald Fan Club. Let's see if they're able to get any kills to hopefully keep their momentum going.
It's not really staggered, it's just those who are retreating, and that could have been really dangerous for Redwood, because if they lost a member, the rest of the General Fan Club will be right there and they can capitalize and win the fight immediately. So that's a bold strategy. Here's a nice plus, though. That'll barely a Flappy survive with the lamp.
Yeah, the lamp keeping Flappy up and alive. Fungin trading out his life for that Flux, however, so not looking too hot for Redwood Rockets. Dongwagler also going down now. Rocky Duck looking to keep things alive with the Symmetra wall, but it's not going to be enough. Bunny able to take out Reborn, but you're going to need a little more than that, Redwood Rockets. You're going to try to turn things. Ooh, Missy getting taken out. The Shatter now invested by Neo, laying both tanks onto the ground, and that should be the fight for Gerald Fan Club. as they clean up the May on the point now.
Yeah, a lot of resources dumped into that fight from Redwood, the Flux, the window, and the wall from Rocky Ducky, which is not good. But you still have the Blizzard and the Shatter, which are really impactful crowd control ultimates, and obviously the Beat can let you bring a fight back. So they have enough tools to play with. But it's how do they aggress into some of the things that Joe Fun Club have? They open with a Beat.
There it is. That's how they're going to do it. They're going to open with a Beat. Fish with a nice bomb. Nice shatter into the backline. Actually, T getting the remake kill on the Rocky Ducky. Crunched on the ground. But Fish is just going to continue pressing W right into your team, especially when they're frozen up by Don Wagler's Blizzards. Red Rockets, once again, taking control of the objective, but not if any Gerald Fan Club has anything to say about it. They're stalling this out really well. Trying to get as much percentage as possible.
It's surprising how well they're stalling this out.
Yeah, Neo's returned to the fight as well, but looks like he's going to retreat here as a Cap officially swaps over to Redwood Rockets.
Yeah, I mean, originally I was going to question the idea of throwing the Blizzard in because you already used the Beat and the Shatter in the fight, but Fish is 80% to another Shatter, so it actually wasn't that as much of a an overinvestment as I thought it was going to be. Now,
3 points on the
clock
flank.
ticking.
On and off angle. We'll see if he can get anything done. Buddy, investing that Amplification Matrix earlier is not able to get anything. That Beat from Missy's going to keep people nice and topped up, but it's just going to mean Tommy Slat has a free Flux to use. Flappy forced to invest the Immortality Field just to keep people alive, but it looks like Gerald Fan Club are going to be able to win this one out. Reborn, Missy, and T come up big for their team, but the high charge Symmetra Beam just going to be walking all over you. Hayden getting a kill now, looking to equalize things, but it's not looking too hot. Missy falling extremely low. Tommy Slat is still alive and full health on the point for Redwood Rockets, and it looks like those Photon Sears are going to connect directly onto that Lucio. Hayden now with the tire. He's going to have to come up huge. Let's see what he can do.
He's on the point.
Oh, it only takes out the Immortality Field and the Beat as well from Fudgin, just to make sure no one took any damage of their own health pool on their own accord. And Redwood Rockets, they're bringing us to a third round.
Yeah, well, for Gerald Fan Club, that was your wiggle room, right? That was your one map you could lose, and now it's where it matters. And you know what? They can just say, you know what? University is a corny map anyways. Who cares? Here's where you're probably going to see a bit more of a composition change. It looks like might inch towards the 6-man.
Yeah,
something
it's
adjacent to 6-man, at least. I don't know what Redwood's playing in the gate so far with the with the Torb on the field with double shield. I'm not
they're going
sure
double shield.
that.
if you're able to kind of control the high ground, this might work out well for you. We'll see.
You're not wrong. Just I think the Torb plays a little strange.
Yeah, I mean, hey, 7 players is better than 6, right?
True.
Yeah. So.
All right, taking a rotation around to the left side. Fan Club have the opening hold on the point.
Yeah, this might be interesting for Rockets to see if they can break this, considering they're not exactly a fast composition. Gerald Fan Club, if they play this right, they can walk right over this comp, but it looks like they're going to be slowly aggressing for it onto the point that Gerald Fan Club currently holds control over. Reborn's going to go down. Neo already has a shatter? It's only 30 seconds in the map. He already has a shatter. He's going to lay that one down. Kaden's going to be cleaning up all these kills left, right, and center on Neo's behalf, and it looks like Gerald Fan Club going to get the first cap, but Rocket's still alive on this corner. They're going to be looking to take this fight as Bunny investing the Amplification Matrix. It's going to be able to take out Neo, and Gerald Fan Club are low health and split left, right, and center, so Flappy going to be forced to use one of his own, and it looks like he's going to be able to confirm 2 kills with it, but unable to save T's mech. We'll see who's going to come out on top of this fight. Now the high noon from Rocky Ducky. I think Redwood Rockets got this one.
I mean, they'll cap for the exchange of the high noon, but I mean, Gerald Fan Club are still in this fight. They D-max Tommy. It's very back and forth, and that, like, I mean, 28% off of that one shatter from Neo, who's at 41% to the next shatter, by the way, and died really quick into that fight, so it's even more ridiculous. Like, it's just so back and forth so far. Rally gets used preemptively here in this fight.
That's gonna be big. I mean, an extra 100 armor, but Reborn! He's gonna kill 4. Will he make it 5? We shall see, but that should be Gerald Fan Club winning this one out. Reborn with a nice 5 kills. That's gonna be play of the game if I've ever seen one.
I mean, absolutely. Yeah, there's a swap from Redwood. They are going straight to more traditional rush to try to match this. They know their composition won't work anymore. And Joe Fun Club have taken the lead in percent once again, and they still have... Oh, I mean, the only thing they're missing is that high noon, really, that they're not going to get very soon.
Yeah, so they're going to be aggressing into here now as a nice wall from Dongwaggler. Going to be forcing everyone back, and a huge flashbang to catch 4 people. Dongwaggler going to get taken out, but he's traded out for Reborn. So, nice 5v5 equal now. Both Divas using their self-destructs. T, that's so unlucky, but Neo is coming up big on... And Hayden as well. They're going to be taking out 4 players from Rockets. Neo's going to be taken out, but Tommy Slat extremely low, going to get cleaned up. So, Gerald Fan Club holding on by a thread. I mean, Neo has been coming up huge.
Yeah. I mean, now Gerald Fan Club have no ultimates. That's the one difficulty. They have Fish's Shatter and this window to play with, and that is going to be easier. If this Shatter is big from Fish, they can turn it around.
There's the window from Bunny to open up the fight. The Shatter he doesn't react. He doesn't block. 4 people are on the ground. Gerald Fan Club going to be fallen like flies immediately thereafter. So, as you said, yeah, big Shatter from Fish. Going to be making sure Redwood Rockets finally cut back in control, but 99% for Gerald Fan Club means they can take it easy.
Yeah, I mean, and now, like, they can take it easy, but they still need to be able to generate a lot of ultimate value, and they really have to try to take these eco fights that force Redwood to use ultimates. They'll have both of their DPS bolts, the bomb and the beat. You have to get, like, 1 or 2 of those out in this fight or next fight, because that will be then the final fight, that right after that, and you have to not just be, like, barely catching up on ultimates here.
Yeah, we'll see if Reborn can get another big high noon here, as he is kind of on and off angle right now. Joe Fan Club looking to initiate as Neo is going to be avoiding the consequences out that wall. Has a shot of his own. Reborn popping that high noon now. Looks like they're going to walk out of the way. Rocky Ducky in the backline, however, with a Death Blossom, going to be forcing the Immortality Field out. But Dongwaggler goes down. Being invested by both teams now. Tommy Slat with a bomb into the backline, and the Shadow from Fish means there's no one can run as Tommy Slat picks up 4.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean that's
D-Mag.
It's super late. I mean, the bigger issue is the stagger here, but 3 ultimates is pretty good. But now, yeah, T has to get back into this fight quickly because you have 10%. It's burning away. You have to be able to touch here and get it.
Going aggressive. There's no way this man landing shatters left, right, and center. Hayden with the Death Blossom gonna get frozen up, but they do take out Fish. Flappy goes down, and Neo shortly thereafter. T is slowly returning to the fight. We'll see if her bomb can change the tides here, as Missy just gonna be looking to get some percentage out. T's bomb going in now. Looks like it's gonna catch out Fungin, but trading out her life for it might not be a great idea. Missy getting icicled to the head, and no one else can touch. Redwood Rockets taking the first map, but man, this is a close one.
That was very close. I mean, it's just kind of one of those very minor decisions that you have to think about. If like, should we maybe have kept, like, not had T go for the reset and just wait to get a remake potentially, because you could see in the fight that it was a clear 5v6 because T was just so far behind, and maybe that's the decision that makes Gerald Fan Club win that fight. That you can just try to grind up the thing during the chaos, get the remake, maybe you squish someone, who knows, and then you can use the bomb afterwards as insurance. Maybe that was the plan. It's difficult to say. The fight was just really all over the place.
It was very messy. I mean, Neo did kind of get aggressive into the backline with that Shatter, looking to get a touch, and I mean, he got the touch. He did get the crucial touch, but at what cost? You know, at the end of the day, you kind of do leave your team behind.
I'll tell you what it was. Partially because T did not have mech. There was no protection, like in any form, for Hayden, I believe, using the Death Blossom.
Yeah.
So Hayden gets frozen, and then you don't have any damage really coming out because your Reinhardt's at half health and is in the back line,
Yeah.
and your Reaper's dead.
Mhm.
So you you don't have your backline's now basically exposed. You have
Yeah.
one DPS really holding the fort down, someone who's dead and someone who's about to die, and T who's at spawn. That
Yeah,
was the difficulty, and
big heads
you
up
couldn't do
Blizzard,
anything
though.
about that except for not resetting T, and even then, that is such a risky play to do that. There's no reason why you would. I can say that because I'm trying to hypothesize a way that the fight outcome could change.
Yeah,
There is no reason why you take that.
But Dong Wagler had a good heads up Blizzard there, just oh, my team's shattered, I'm just gonna throw a Blizzard here. So, it's harder for Gerald Fan Club to aggress. They can't, because, they have to push into a Blizzard.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, definitely a good heads up Blizzard from Dong Wagler. I mean, I think if he got shattered, that fight could have gone totally differently, because nothing will be there to stop the Death Blossom from Hayden, and he's just gonna kill 4, kill 5 with that Death Blossom. I mean, everyone's shattered, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could Matrix it, but I'm pretty sure that Tommy was also shattered.
Yeah, I think Tommy also got shattered there. So, that last fight really, I think it could have gone either which way. That late stagger onto T, second to last fight, definitely was painful for Gerald Fan Club. Definitely very unfortunate there. But
yeah, it's tough.
I mean,
but
let's look ahead. Let's look forward.
Yeah.
This is the playoffs, so there's no preset map pool, only map types. I believe the next map type is
Hybrid, I think?
Assault? It is Assault, 2CP, everyone's favorite.
2CP?
Yeah, so it's Temple of Anubis, Hanamura, or that third map we don't talk about, Full Sky Industries, yes.
I mean, they could just say, we were going to Gentleman to Paris.
Gentleman to Paris? Hey, Horizon Lunar Colony. But given Gerald Fan Club's play style, I think they might be looking maybe more kind of rush oriented, perhaps playing to the strengths. You have Neo, which so far has been an amazing Reinhardt player, so probably might want to try to leverage that a little more.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, because 2CP is a mess anyways, it's choked all over the place, so rush is hard to judge sometimes. I think the tier list of maps you want to play in an ascending order is Hanamura, Temple of Anubis, Volskaya. I think the top 2 could probably be flipped around a little bit. They're closer. Hanamura, she should avoid at all costs.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult to break. I mean, we saw Redwood Rockets, they did have a double shield comp in the books, right? They screwed with it. They know what to do. They tried to bust it out there on Busan. Oasis. Oh my god. Hey, Busan's a cool map.
They both
yeah.
Both are difficult. You're absolutely right, because the thing is, Volskaya is probably the map where the double shield has the least impact, and that's the reason why it was difficult of judging between Temple and Volskaya, because at Anubis, that's where double shield is pretty good on first point, even if you can rush through it, and that's where the difficulty is. It's okay, you have to then go against Redwood's double shield, and that could be really difficult if you don't get that, because on city center, hey, look, we can take the point, and they have to aggress into us. That's what they have to do. So Neo can get a couple swings in, throw in a fire strike or 2, get full ear shatter charge, and just boom, you win the fight.
Yeah,
but
I guess
you can't do that.
Volskaya, there are some issues, because Volskaya, especially when you reach the point, right, it's all open space. So
yeah, that is the other.
It does get a little harder, especially if you're playing rush. So if they're just playing a poke double shield comp from up high, then that might be a little difficult to break. But if they're able to isolate, because someone has to contest, right? If they're able to isolate either during the rotation or whoever they choose to stall, say maybe like an Arista or a Sigma, or just someone on the point, and they're able to isolate them fast enough to take them out, then that might be your win condition when you go if you go to Volskaya. So definitely,
the
pick will be interesting. We're just theory crafting, the pick we don't know what map they're going to yet. But yeah, so.
Yeah. Ultimately, as with all things involving 2CP, no one's a winner. There's always a downside.
The only there's no one's a winner. The only losers are the casters, because you are going to get the god stall of 2CP, and no one wins. Neither team loses because you're playing 2CP.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you draw, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's just gonna be a draw, and then we're here like casting like a 5-minute stall. Like, let's go. It's gonna be amazing. So the true losers of the match, right here. True losers of the match.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I do agree though. They definitely want to play into Neo's strengths. So we'll see if.
I mean, there's
we'll
no
see if
reason
that's what
not
they're
to.
gonna
Like, I mean, unless they have to. Let me double check their subs if they have to make a tank sub. No, they do not. It looks like so.
do. Yeah.
There is like no reason to make that tank substitution where you'll mess up the kind of the flow that Neo has.
So, we'll see what they choose to do. Eventually.
Yeah, I mean they're clearly thinking about it quite a lot because it
Yeah.
has been
It's been a hot minute.
yeah, I mean it's playoffs. You have to make the decision. Like,
Hey man, respect. They want to take
Oh,
it easy.
absolutely.
They want to think things through. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, this match has been very close, and I guess this is kind of we're trying to see why Atomic didn't want to pick Gerald Fan Club in the first round, despite them being the last seed. So, this is definitely kind of what we're starting to see, and here come out. I mean, they took Redwood Rockets to the brink. Like, what's
Yeah.
stopping them from getting an upset on Atomic, or even getting an upset here?
yeah.
So, I think, yeah, the Scrum Bucks, they do appear like they're starting to slowly kind of come out and show up. And I mean, actually, let's take a moment to talk about Reborn really quick. That man is changing the game for Gerald Fan Club right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait. Okay.
Yeah, okay, so they are going to Hanamura, everyone. We've gotten the update. They're going to Hanamura.
I don't agree with that. I do not think that's the correct pick. I gotta be honest. I mean,
Hey,
maybe I'm misreading.
maybe they're going
But-
for the draw. Maybe they wanna take us to a 4th map type tonight. Maybe
but I also
they
think that
believe
if-
Hybrid and Payload will be their winners, so they're just gonna tie this up for us.
I
Nice
think so if
and
you're going for the
cool.
draw. Like, if you're going for the draw, then you're going to want to. Like, you'd probably want to play on like Temple or something, because like there's
Yeah.
a chance maybe you win, and you can still kind of pierce through the double shield. If you're gonna try to run the rush here, double shield's just gonna be like,
Yeah.
hey, do you get a good TP or do you lose?
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. Do they get the good TP?
Substitutions really quick before we start the action.
Turtle
Keith Swagger
shelling
Wade,
for-
also known as Gerald,
Lappy?
in for Gerald Fan Club, and Trisky in for Bunny. So
Yes.
those are the substitutions. Looks like they're going to be teleporting onto the high ground now. They're going to start aggressing onto the back line. This is perfect for Gerald Fan Club. They're going to try to isolate the back line. They're going to force them into this weird position, but Neo's out of shield, and you're just going to get lasered out by that double shield comp. Gerald's the first one to fall amidst the chaos. Nice pull, looking to take out T from that mech. It looks like they're going to finally be able to do so. Neo once again without a shield, as they're stuck in no man's land right now. They're going to be playing for the reset, but Missy takes one with her.
Well, actually, the kill on Tommy is actually could be pretty impactful. You lose one of your shields, and that if Tommy can't get back because you don't have a Lucio or anything like that, and Sigma can't fly unless you're using Flux, so nor is that online. So you do have to go with a little more the long way around. That
Dong Wagler
they're quickly
camera.
pretty big.
W.
Oh yes, true. All right, here's the TP. Is it good? It's straight on the point.
Ooh, it goes straight on the point. Yeah, no one. It's on the point for Redwood Rockets to really stop them, and they're
a
going to
tick.
be able to pick up a tick. There it is. Win condition established. Missy has the beat as well to weather any storm and the window from Turtle Shell just to really bring things together. As looks like they're going to get a contest going. Fish and the Bob on the point right now. Fish going to be using the Fortify. There's a flux out from Tommy Slap with the beat from Missy. He's going to be good. He's going to negate all that damage. Rocky Donkey gets picked, but he does get resurrected. And Fish is going to fall, and there is no more resurrection available for Fungin. But that Valkyrie is going to come up big. Tommy Slap forced to contest, but going to get taken out immediately as Neo dropping the Shatter, but gets taken out by the Molten
Out of
Core
Mercy?
as Mercy. Oh, Reborn gets blocked. Missy picking up a kill on the retreat.
A bigger thing is that
Rockets, though.
they prevent the second tick. They prevent the second tick there, which is really good. Like, wow. So Redwood has used like almost every single ultimate in the game during the course of that fight. Gerald Fan Club has used
Rocky
real
Ducky
that
has
they
another
had.
bomb.
Yeah,
Rocky
that's what
has
I'm
another
saying.
bomb.
Like, the
They're gonna
TP comes in,
teleport
it's
again.
good.
They're looking to isolate Tommy Sly right now, and they might be able to do so,
He's
but Neo
isolated.
goes down. No, Neo! A little bit too aggressive. T does get the bomb off and is going to take out Fungin and a bunch of deployables, but that Bob from Rocky Ducky is just putting the whole team on his back right now. Bob did something, guys.
I did my counting. I'm pretty sure Bob got at least 4. I'm pretty sure it was 5 kills.
Yeah, he did something, guys. He did something.
But
That's crazy.
wait, actually, important. They got the second tick.
Mm-hmm.
So
They got that
a
second
minute
tick.
to get one more tick. So there's a chance we're not only
This is
avoiding
very
the
doable.
we're gonna enable the draw again.
Yeah, Gerald Fan Club, they have the wall from Gerald to work with here as they rotate to the side, maybe looking to get a teleport onto the high ground. Nope. Just a fake
Abandoning
out.
the teleporter.
Just a fake out, but there's a lot of poke damage coming out, so that shield is going extremely low. They're going to wait just a little bit longer. This will be the last fight of this point, as we'll see.
Yeah,
what
this
both
flux
these teams
is
do.
big.
Initiation.
It's ready to
Yep.
go. Oh, it's
Flux
not.
is big.
That's so
It's going to be
bad.
comboed with the Molten Core as well. Neo's going to go down, but it's traded off for Dong Wagler. Missy just percentage points away from that beat. It's going to be investing it immediately as Dong Wagler gets resurrected. Turtle Shell now popping the window. Just keep things nice and even. Trisky down for Red Rockets means not a lot of healing for the team right now, but Fungin's going to be popping the Flux. 98.9% Flux. 98.9% on the point right now for Gerald Fan Club. Let's see if they can finish this one out. Tommy Slat finally gets taken out as Dong Wagler falling extremely low into the backline. Reborn right now on that Junkrat. Gonna be trying to get some value, and no one touched. Yeah, Gerald Fan Club able to clean up the rest.
To touch.
Yeah.
They're
Just,
getting body blocked, and now it's just go time. Go, 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 go. Try to get in there.
yeah, get in before they're set up.
Yeah, unfortunately, you do not have Gerald. Gerald is still behind, and you can't teleport straight into point to try to get that super fast rush, but you at least want to try to take some space in the high ground. As almost every single fighter in Hanamona comes down to this little tiny room.
Yes, so they are indeed going to this tiny room, trademark. Neo does have the Shatter coming up here, so this could be big. Oh no, they're freaking it out. They're going main. Will they be employing the teleporter at all? We shall see. A lot of damage coming out from Rocky Ducky right now, who does have the Bob. Bob did kill 5 last time, so we'll see if he can kill 5 once again. Reborn going into the skies, gonna be taking out Rocky Ducky, but yeah, that Bob is definitely putting in work once again as yep, Reborn's just gonna fall to it.
I mean, Neo died way too quick to even have like a reasonable attempt.
Yeah.
But you do force out the Bob, which is a good thing, and you gain a decent amount of ultimate charge. T's probably gonna get bombed really soon, and Missy is probably a fight and a half. So if this fight goes long away from the beat, excuse me. So you're looking at a potential next fight of 6 ultimate if you want to hold off here. But if you do it well, you can combo.
Oh, that is a
Shatter gets
nice
2.
shatter. Big shatter onto Trisky. I mean, you're isolating that Baptiste, and it looks like it's going to be enough to take out Fish, but Reborn fall into that Molten Core. You want to keep as many members alive as possible. Turtle Shell. Oh, no. Turtle Shell. Yeah, that's going to be it for the Gerald Fan Club. They invested 2 ultimates and not able to get anything out of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a good thing for Turtle Shell. I mean, they were gonna live. and then they touched the lava and burned to death, which is not good.
Gerald not swapping is concerning.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. There's a swap, but you had to do it
Updaters.
faster. Honestly,
Yeah.
but I mean, you have both your support ultimates. If you go quick, Fungin won't be able to get the Valkyrie, which can help with the res. But here comes the dynamite. Pretty big.
Really big cross angle coming out. A nice wall just to allow them to enter. And the bomb from T, I guess it's... What? Okay. So trade tanks there as the tire from Repoint's just going every which way, looking to zone people away. And looks like he got Fungin. Oh. But Dongwaggler, the 7th man, once again putting in work, putting in the hours. But it does not matter. Gerald Fan Club able to cap the point despite so many kills going in their favor for Redwood Rockets.
Yeah, did we want to get on the point or something, lads? Because, like, how'd you let that happen? That fight was, like...
That was interesting.
Not only, like you... It was 15 seconds on the clock. You had, like... You had your... The check written. Signed with your name on it. And then you cashed it and then withdrawn the money and burnt it. Like, you can't do that.
Yeah. I think it was a lot of, like, you know, long range doing damage there from rockets. So, like, you know, you had the turret doing a lot of damage and just cleaning up kills and just unable to touch, I suppose. Maybe it was a communication error, but man, that's just heartbreaking. 15 seconds too for Gerald Fan Clubs. They're guaranteed another attack should Rockets full cap.
Yeah. They're gonna go with the teleporter on defense.
All right. Let's see. Let's see if it'll work out. I mean, mirror comps, yeah.
Mirror comps, which you generally don't see on a more A. This will be interesting.
Very traditional start to the round. Looks like they're going to be laying down the teleporter as fast as possible. They got that
They didn't
angle
expect
down.
a second teleporter.
Yeah, they didn't expect Gerald Fan Club's teleporter though. So rotating in time to defend is Gerald Fan Club, but that's a really good wall. Neo's taken out of the fight. Fish able to get away just barely with his life as Gerald going to be the next one to fall. Already a 6v4 in favor of Redwood Rockets going into this fight as we're barely even a minute in and it looks like the Rockets will cap the first point.
Yeah, Fungin committing Lucio on Lucio violence. But that was, yeah, it's just a run over from Redwood. And now here comes the 6 minute. The 6 minute hold from Gerald Fan Club, or Redwood will have like 6 minutes on the clock going into the extra rounds.
Yeah, Fish with the
A
shatter
teleporter
already.
Let's even make it faster, so it's just ridiculous. Like, it's
Yep.
kind of like,
Fish has a shatter.
yeah.
So we'll see if he's
Insane.
going to be able to lay this one out. And the window now from Trisky just to really lay things on. Missy's going to get taken out. 2 shattered now. Turtle Shell T and Gerald going to be taken to the Slammer as Neo going to be the next one to fall. Reborn has the Blizzard. Will he invest it here? And does not look likely, but the stall might come out big. But we'll see if anyone can even touch. Yeah, it looks like just barely Missy able to get the touch off. The wall from Rocky Ducky will make things a lot harder for the contesters as Gerald Fan Club blowing themselves onto the point. And
6 minutes, 4 seconds.
6 minutes and 4 seconds, yeah.
That was a 2 minute attack. That is beyond brutal.
Just wow. Can we get do we have attacking stats? Is that a record? Is that a BPL record? 2 minutes?
I don't honestly. It not only feels like a BPL record. It kind of feels like an Overwatch record. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, that was brutal. Just wow. Also, Don Wagler in the maid outfit. I mean, looking fly as hell right now.
True.
I'm just saying. So, yeah. But man, just painful stuff to see. We'll see. But I've seen bigger miracles come out than Gerald fan club taking the dub with a 1-minute attack. So we'll see if they're going to be able to pull this one off here.
Yeah.
I'm just out of words.
Yeah, it's hard to really respond and be like, oh, let's be optimistic and try to say how this fight will win. They got destroyed on defense. It's very hard to be optimistic. They have a minute on the clock against 6 minutes. This is one fight.
I mean, if
Good luck.
I mean, if watching K-dramas has taught me anything, miracles can happen out of thin air, and this is definitely no complicated miracle that we will be seeing here. Gerald fan club taking the high ground rotation as Neo already without a shield, so a little difficult.
And the wall.
Yeah, looks like they're gonna be able to survive though. No casualties suffered, but this will be a one-fight attack round for Gerald fan club as Tommy sliding the off angle is going to take out Turtle Shell early. Oh, Gerald fan club not looking too hot already. 2 kills on the board for Redwood Rockets, but Fish will fall. T out of mech now. Neo extremely low alongside Misty.
Don't go after that quick. They can get a reach contest if they die now.
There is a shot. There is a chance.
Now,
Gerald fan
it's a
club.
bit too late. It's a bit too late. And
It's
the
too
teleporter's
late.
out for Fish to get back. No one's gonna.
Yeah,
be able to
there's a
do
touch
it.
from
They're gonna get a
Reborn
touch.
on the
Nope.
Doomfist, but he's
No
just
one's
gonna
gonna
get
touch.
wiped out immediately. No one can touch. 6-minute draw. Any 6-minute drawers in chat?
Yeah, this is
Switching sides.
Tommy Slat with the off angle there on that engage from Gerald fan club was really what made the difference. They really couldn't stop him from anything, and honestly, just this is soul crushing.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
the
I
words
don't.
I have for it.
I don't know really how you put the what the quality of these defense needs to be into words, other than if it's not flawless. Literally, never let anyone even get close to the point. You lose.
Yeah,
I
they're
don't have
gonna
an analogy. I have nothing like that. I'm
They're gonna have to
speechless.
stick to
6
this
minutes
point like glue. I mean, 6 minutes. This one's gonna be tough.
for a tick. It's not even like last time where it's for the whole point. It's a tick. You have 33% you can give up.
Yeah, you can give up 33% and no more because it's 33.3 to win here for Redwood Rockets if they want to advance to face. If they want to advance in the bracket here in our B League playoffs. 33.3% on Nitemare. Point A is all they need, and they have 6 minutes to do it. Tommy Slat, nice Tommy Slat camp here. Looks like he's going to be taking the off angle once again as Fish swung extremely low. A good wall, but looks like everyone's going to be able to survive the ensuing chaos as a wall from Don Wagler is not that hot as a Fish swung extremely low, getting bopped every which way. Oh, it's Don Wagler that gets walled off there, but nice ice block just prevents Gerald fan club from advancing. Gerald himself falling extremely low. Reborn's gonna get frozen and taken out, and he swagging off the map there, and that's gonna be it. Yep, Redwood Rockets are gonna take the dub here as Gerald fan club will fall to the lower bracket here in our B League playoffs in the first round.
Victory.
Yeah, I mean.
Just painful. I have no words other than it looked so close on Oasis that the map really could have gone either team's way, and then we come to Hanamura, and then yeah, I mean, we did mention Hanamura is the map you want to avoid, so yeah, we see why. Jimmy Blanco,
Yeah.
welcome back.
Hi. Yeah, definitely a tale of two maps, as you said. Also, I just want to say, hope everyone's enjoying the player cams. We know you loved them during our A-League playoffs 2 weeks ago, so we brought them back. Also, sorry to Funjin. I completely mixed them up earlier with Slimal. Slimal, of course, on 7-piece, and Funjin, one of the top main supports this season in B-League, as he is shown definitely in this match, especially on Hanamura there. But yeah, great win from Redwood Rockets. They repeat their result against Gerald Fan Club, another 2-0, and they move on in our upper bracket here. Who would you guys say was really like the standout player in this match for them? Who would you give like a player of the match award to here for Redwood?
Ooh, I think I'd have to give it to Tommy. I mean, a lot of heads-up plays from him, just able to take it off angles, able to really kind of understand, oh yeah, Gerald Fan Club's coming here. Okay, I'll just not be there and then just kill 6. He's kind of
Honestly,
evidence for most of this, but honestly, it's close.
I'm gonna actually give it to Dong Wagler. I think
That's
really
a good
what
choice,
it comes down to in my mind is that being able to throw out that blizzard on Oasis City Center. If that blizzard doesn't come out, we can see a third one.
Yeah,
But it did, and it's those kinds of small plays. And otherwise, Dong Wagler's walls were fantastic throughout most of the match. I mean,
yeah,
I think that the small minute plays we saw Dong Wagler were enough to say that like that's where I feel. I think it's
and the maid costume.
Yeah, great
True.
maid outfit as well.
True.
Yeah,
What can
that's
I say?
definitely a bonus for sure. Yeah, like you said, definitely good wall placement on the Mei. I saw that too. We also see Chad also mentioned like Bunny, Trisky. Like you could really mention a lot of people on that team who've really pulled their weight today and secured this win. Like you said, this means that Gerald Fan Club, they moved to the lower bracket. They've shown some signs of being a good team though, especially on Oasis, our first map. What should their potential opponent look forward to when they face them next week?
hope you're playing Assault.
Yeah,
Probably. Yeah, if
Just
I'm
hope
Jeff,
you're
I could maybe
playing
don't pick
Assault.
Hanamura
That's it.
anymore.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
I
if-
mean,
If we have TCV, I don't even know if we have that again.
Man,
Yeah.
honestly that was just tough to watch. I mean,
it's so hard to make a read because like Oasis was genuinely a really good performance from them. Like they were a stagger of T away from winning the map, and that was it. But on Hanamura, they got dumpster. I mean, they got to 15-second because of the C9 from Redwood, and it's like, okay, we let you have your fun, we let you cap, and now we're gonna wrap it up. This time, we're 15 minutes late. Next match.
that's true. That's true. We're 15 minutes behind schedule.
Good, good
Rockets-
keyword, wrapping it up. I agree.
Yeah, I
'cause,
guess Rocket's looking to wrap it up for us. So
and that's actually what we're gonna do as well now, because we want to get ahead of the schedule a little bit more. So we're gonna
that's true.
approach a quick break here, and we're gonna be back with our next match, which will be our number 1 team, Atomic, who will take on Nitemare next. You don't want to miss this one, so stay tuned.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by John's Overwatch Coaching. Struggling to hit plat? Want some advice in your BPL scrims? Need an owl coach? Book a session with John at medify.gg/@John for a high-quality professional coaching session regardless of your skill level. He has excellent experience from XL2, Team Doge and British Hurricane, but will still give you incredible advice at whatever rank you are. Support BPL's coaching partner today at medify.gg/@John.
everybody? Welcome, welcome. More BPL coming at ya. I am MFG, joined by New Beat and Ageless. We have Atomic going up against Nitemare today for our next B League match. We've got seeds 1 and 7 respectively.
This should be a fun match to watch up between these two. However, you gotta think Atomic is going to take this one, being the first seed.
Yeah, I think they're coming into this so strong. We were speaking a little bit earlier. They actually had first choice in their opponent, and they chose Nitemare. So they're coming into this maybe with a little bit of extra confidence.
It does always feel good to be able to choose your opponent. That leg up factor is definitely going to be useful. Going into this matchup, though, I'm excited because even though Nitemare is seeded at number 7, I still think that they can definitely have the potential to surprise everybody here.
They definitely have some good players on their side, so hopefully we can see them pop off a little bit and pull this back and make this an interesting match. And it is playoffs, right? So this is where you see the upsets happen, and they really do mean something in the playoffs.
Yeah, we've seen teams come in at all levels, honestly. I think, from B League all the way to Overwatch League, teams that have maybe struggled during the regular season either find their footing during the playoffs or, make some adjustments or maybe just practice extra hard and come in really strong.
Looking at our rosters for tonight for these two teams, we already just said they have a lot of good players, but specifically, there are ones to keep an eye on and others that I'm excited to see. So if we want to pull up the rosters, starting with the side of Atomic, players that I recognize personally, we got Cute White Boy, we got Interflux, I also remember Khan. But then if you want to look over to the side of Nitemare, we have Rain, we have Burns, we have Satby, and my personal favorite, no bias intended, Lily.
Yeah, and I did a little bit of research coming into this match, just looking back at the last time Atomic and Nitemare faced off against each other. And one person to watch in this upcoming match will be Hammer Down for the side of Atomic. They were playing what seemed like a lot of hit scan DPS and looked very good doing it.
Yeah, and I guess leading into this, Atomic is first, but their map differential is only +4. So, they are 5-2, but these have been some very close games. This might be something to watch for Nitemare. If they can steal a map, it's all bets are off.
There are definitely a lot of bits and pieces that go into how it will affect the standings. And we can see our lovely players getting ready for today's match. We've got cams all around. We love to see it. Even the anime profile pictures as well.
Yeah, the cams are super cool. Yeah, and there's Interflux coming right into your living room with that view. But
and Pompu.
Oh yeah, they got the Minecraft creeper on there too.
Creeper.
Yeah, something to watch out for from the creeper for sure. Wow, that's a new one.
Well, our first map going into this match is going to end up being Busan. So I'm interested to see this because during week 1, Nitemare played Busan and was able to take it from Heartbreakers. And when Atomic played Busan, they have actually never... No, when Atomic played Busan, they actually lost it to Gerald Fan Club. That was the map that they were able to take off of them. So that's going to be very, very, very interesting to see.
That's really interesting, especially with, Gerald Fan Club a little bit lower in the standings. So the fact that Atomic dropped that map could end up being really important.
Yeah, and with that, Busan is always an interesting map too, because you can see a ton of different comps come out.
There's definitely leaves a lot of room for potential things we might see, but in terms of the actual gameplay, we'll just have to wait and see.
Yes, we will. So Nitemare facing off against Atomic in this first round of B League playoffs. And Aegis, it looks like we are headed to downtown first. So what do you think you're going to see come out at the start here?
Downtown is really interesting. If you can kind of bunker up on the point, you can hold it pretty well. That said, you know, this is something that you see a ton of Sombra on, but also a lot of Ashe, a lot of Widow. There's a lot of different compositions that are very viable on downtown.
And as we can see it coming out here, we have Atomic on a bit of a more dive comp with the Winston Diva coming out strong. On the side of Nitemare, a little bit of a different look as they're running Orisa Diva off the hop.
This is going to be really interesting here with Kampu on the Torbjorn. Definitely looking at more of a bunker composition with that Orisa versus the dive coming out from Atomic, who are kind of going all in on this kind of 6-man comp.
Atomic has already started off by getting rid of a turret and an immortality field, so a lot of utility gone now for Nitemare. They're trying to fight this one on the objective to turn it around. Mini's able to get a DMAX onto Interflux, and that will be the first foot forward now for Nitemare as they are pushing onto this point. Bluebeam's able to get a limb, but coming back strong. Atomic's able to get a couple picks, but it's not going to be enough. The first fight is going to go to Nitemare. It looks like they're going to get the first cap of the day.
And this is rough for Atomic. So with Nitemare getting this initial cap, this composition is built to hold this point. They're able to set up, they're able to get that high ground. With this Orisa, it would be difficult to challenge the high ground with the composition that they have, but because they're built on this like very poke-based comp, they're able to just withstand this initial attack.
Now Nitemare using ultimates right off the start, going with the Amplification Matrix and the Deadeye coming out from Ascend, and they're able to use those ultimates to create some space and get right back in on the point, get a couple kills, and now they're going to hold strong right now. A great job rebuffing that attack, and now we have our first pause.
I like the really aggressive usage of ultimates coming out there from Nitemare. You know, they're really setting the pace and the tempo of this game so far. They took that high ground. They initiated with ultimates, while it seemed like Atomic, you know, being forced to play on Nitemare's terms so far.
Yeah, you could see at the end of that last fight, Cute White Boys actually switched over to the Reinhardt. So they've already abandoned the Winston early on and switched over to a different main tank. So coming forward in this fight, we'll see if that bears any fruit as we go down the road. It's a very small sample size so far, but Nitemare's got off to a pretty good start.
You know, we talked about them being strong on Busan, and the fact that they're already forcing a composition switch from Atomic it's looking good for them.
It absolutely is, and you know, hopefully that can continue. They did expend a couple ultimates in that last fight, but that was a Deadeye and an Ant Matrix. You can build those ultimates back pretty quickly, and if you can just use those 2 ultimates and win a fight, that's pretty good efficiency.
Yeah, they're kind of throwaway ultimates. You know, Deadeye's gotten a little bit better, or just, I don't know, maybe people are using it better. It seems to be getting more value as of late. That Amplification Matrix, pretty much used on cooldown. We'll see teams kind of throw it out just to even buy some space, even if they're just buying a few extra % of the point and not necessarily getting any kills. It can still provide a lot of value, but it is something that you'll usually see used right away.
Absolutely, yeah, you can use those on more or less cooldown and just get them right out into the fight so you can start building up the next one. There's no point in holding an ultimate on all the way to, you know, the next map or like Overwatch 2, as we've seen people do from time to time. It really hurts you in the end, so it's a good job from Nitemare to use those ultimates and to use them smartly.
Yeah, I think at this point we shouldn't recommend anyone holding on to anything until Overwatch 2, especially tank ultimates. Probably not going to get a ton of use depending on who's playing. It's a good look so far. I think it's a nice adaptation though from Atomic. Moving over to this Reinhardt, they're going to be able to buy you know, a little bit more sustain out of having that shield, and that's what they're going to need to be doing. Is they're going to need to close that gap between themselves and Nitemare to get through this Orisa shield, and you know, try and deal with this kind of annoying composition that's really pick based, but this, you know, there's constant damage coming out from the Torb turret.
As we're coming back right in here, you can see Nitemare still set up on this high ground, and a late pick coming out from Ascend on this Cassidy. Verity in the backline does have an EMP online, so we got to watch for this EMP in the next fight to see if it gets anything done.
So yeah, there is the EMP there. There's not really much to do with it or combo with it, really. If you'd hope that maybe the EMP. What?
That was a nice stun, comes up, but luckily Verity hadn't hit Q yet, so the EMP still comes off into this fight. And now Doc getting in with a pick on the Hanzo, and they're pushing forward, trying to finally contest this point and maybe take it over. Now a Diva Bomb is online as well for Sad B, trying to stay on this point and make sure they DM the Orisa and keep them alive, and that looks like it's doing enough work. The Torb turret's able to pick up 2, and with that, Nitemare is going to hold on to this point. They burned up to 75% of the cap percentage, and it's still going up.
Yeah, and now that the EMP is out of the fight from Verity, it's going to get a little interesting. So there is the Dragon available from Doc. This is going to be a really nice ultimate to, maybe force Nitemare off of this high ground, which is, there's not a very mobile comp. Once they're off of that high ground, it's hard to get back there.
And now we see Doc here with the Dragon Strike online, waiting for the perfect moment to throw out that handle ultimate. Overtime has triggered, so the members of Atomic have to stay on the planer and have to keep conducting. They want to do this. Nice bomb comes over the top for Miniflux. That finds 3. That's going to open the door for Atomic to push forward. They are going to flip this in the nick of time and start getting cap percentage of their own. But on the side of Nitemare, they've worked themselves up to 99%. They only need to win one more fight.
Atomic's going to need to play absolutely perfectly here. They do have this amplification matrix available here, which is a really nice defensive ult. You can throw that out, pretty willy-nilly and build up as some of the ultimates from the rest of the team using that. That's all they have is it comes out right away.
And with that, with Osiren throwing out the ad matrix, the members of Nitemare are just going to back up and kite this ultimate. They're not going to go into line of sight. They're not going to worry about it. Rotate around to this right-hand side. Kambu does have a Molten Core online if they want to use that to create a little space. As we see, Verity has switched over to the Symmetra. A bit more of a defensive here to hold on to this point here as Doc's able to get rid of his Immortality Field. And now Kambu pops a Molten Core. It does not find any victims, unfortunately. They fall to the Symmetra. However, bomb comes over the top and it ends up getting 2 as it knocks Khan over the edge. And once again, Nitemare is back in on the point. Ascend's able to get another kill, finishing off the Pilot Diva in the Interflux. And Ascend is popping off, gets rid of Osiren as well. Overtime has been procced. Simwell coming out at the very end, but that's not going to do it. The first sub-map of the day is going to Nitemare.
It is basically perfectly played by Nitemare. The ult cycling and management of their ultimate economy, almost flawless, I would say.
It was very good looking, and that's the exact start that you want if you're Nitemare. Get a map under your belt, see if you can get off on the front foot, and then try and convert that momentum into future wins.
Yeah, Nitemare does well on Busan. We talked about that before the match started. This is one that they're going to need. They're coming up into a higher seeded team. They need to be able to take this map away. And, I don't want to say steal it, but kind of steal it.
Yeah, so we see Verity is actually going to stay on the Symmetra for the time being, using that Sim Telly to get out of point a little bit quicker. Hugh Whiteboy sticking with the Reinhardt, getting forward. They have a little bit of a positional advantage, but Nitemare is rotating around to their left-hand side. And Atomic is going to be able to set up on point here, poke a little bit of damage, and make Nitemare come in onto them.
Once again, so we're seeing Atomic, making some nice plays here, a nice rotation to force Nitemare to really make the first move here, which is what we saw Nitemare do on downtown.
And Atomic was able to cap basically for free. They are able to get rid of Mini later on, and now Osiren is able to get in onto the kill feed as well, as the picks are coming thick and fast now for Atomic. They've been able to knock down 3. So they're going to hold on here, and a very easy first cap coming out for Atomic. There just was not a lot of resistance being put on the objective.
Completely free there. It was a nice rotation, and it resulted in a cap. So they're coming. Oh boy, Doc gets a pick to start it off too. So this is going to set you back. Kampu's going to be able to come back pretty quickly. They are playing Tracer, but even those 5-10 seconds that you're losing makes a difference.
And with that, it will be a little bit of a micro reset for Nitemare, but you can see they're trying the same rotation again. They got to be careful for Doc, who's going to throw in the Dragon Strike early and try and push the issue, and they're able to get in the back line with the Storm Arrow and get rid of the Sigma. Satpi is gone back to spawn. A nice play by Mini, though, who switched over to the Zenyatta, able to get a pick back And we'll see if Nitemare still wants to push this, get back in onto the point. You can see Siren has an Ant Matrix online if they want to throw that down to create some space and dissuade Nitemare from coming in. But it looks like, at least so far, they're just going in with the Wrecking Ball as a nice slam comes out from Thomas there to see if they can get anything. Another volley. Mini's able to get a second kill, and Doc trades that right back. Doc is getting so much value on the hands of right now. We can see the members of Nitemare have moved over onto the point, seeing if they can get this flip through, but it is going to be tough. They don't have too many ultimates online now that Lily has used that rally. A lot of extra armor coming onto the brig, but with the Wrecking Ball out of the fight, it's looking a bit dire for Nitemare right now to stay onto this point and keep holding onto this fight. Luckily, Kumbu's able to get rid of an Immortality Field, but not able to take anyone else out with the Tracer as Lily gets back in and gets rid of Q White Boy. So still putting pressure on this point as overtime has started once again. But as long as Doc's in the backline finding away on this Hanzo, they are going to keep getting these picks. A nice EMP comes out. Ascend, but it's not doing too much, and now finally they are turning that ultimate into kills. Minefield onto the point, and even though Doc's able to shoot from the rest of the team went down and the flip has gone through, Nitemare is still alive in this fight.
Still alive, but this is getting pretty expensive for them here. There's no ultimates online, and Atomic is going to be coming in with 4, and they're big ones. Like, Doc had absolutely perfect dragon placement, forcing Nitemare, so they had to move forward into the waiting arms of the rest of Atomic on that last play.
And once again, you mentioned it last round, but now it is Nitemare's chance to have to play for perfect in order to take a map, as the Atomic was able to get that one up to 99%. They already moved right back over onto the point. Cute White Boy has another Earth Shatter, but Doc firing through this Ant Matrix is able to get rid of Ascend on that Sombra. Gravitic Flux comes out from Sat B, but it doesn't claim any victims, unfortunately. It looks like Atomic's getting right back in on the point, and with these kills coming in from Doc, that is just about going to do it. Great plays coming out from the projectile DPS here, and that's going to do it. We're tied up 1-1.
This is huge from Doc. It's perfect positioning, honestly, across the entire of Atomic. You know, it was a great dragon. That only works if the rest of your team is there. So we saw a Cute White Boy and Interflux had such nice positioning. They're able to capitalize on all of that. We're seeing Doc as Hanzo here, 8,700 damage done, 14 limbs, and 3 ultimates used.
So definitely relying not so much on the ultimate, but in the neutral, they're doing a great job holding down space.
Oh, it's been massive. They're always a threat. You know, no matter where they are, it seems like Nitemare always has to be just a little, oh my god, worried about Doc.
And there's Doc right back onto the kill feed, getting an early pick onto Lily. So that's the speed boost out of the fight. So it's going to be harder for the members of Nitemare to disengage. And Doc's taking advantage of the... Doc is a one-person army right now, getting in and getting rid of another member. Ascend was the next to fall. So a bit of a reset coming out here for Nitemare, as they're going to really have to watch for this Hanzo.
You can see Ascend already moving away from the Doomfist now onto the Mei. It's kind of a rush comp here. Actually, yeah, it's just a straight up rush comp here coming out from Nitemare. So hoping to, you know, isolate and maybe catch Atomic off guard.
Yeah, and it's looking like they've going for this different rotation. They'll see if they can get any more value on this left-hand side. As you can see, Thomas waiting for the Sand Matrix coming out. In the interesting way to put it, so Thomas can walk through the door and then throw down the Fire Strike. There is a Mei wall out as well. And with that, Doc throws out another Dragon Strike and gets rid of the Reinhardt. Now Verde getting forward, getting rid of just an Ant Matrix, or sorry, Immortality Field. And now Ascend as well. So Ascend getting picked off again here fairly early in this fight. And that's going to allow Interflux and the rest of Atomic to move forward and see if they can claim some more kills at the end. But they are holding strong now. So after losing the first sub-map, it looks like that woke them up, and now they're almost unstoppable.
This has been really rough for Nitemare. You know, Doc is managing to catch them on the rotations, you know, which is when this composition is most vulnerable, and they're turning these fights into 6v5 immediately.
Now Atomic is using that Ant Matrix once again to boost the damage, get those extra kills coming out. And now it looks like Thomas has been split off on that Reinhardt, and they get taken out by the Storm Arrows. Doc is now on an off angle, their own, just pouring in damage. The Mei wall has to come out to try and mitigate some of that as Doc is just firing away. It's almost like fish in a barrel right now. And with that, Atomic is moving forward, pushing this right through. Nice pin comes out there for Atomic, and then the Shatter follows it up. That's an absolutely huge play coming up for the Broadout. They're able to get 3 with the help of their friends. And in the nick of time, they are going to turn this on its head.
Oh, what a monster shatter there. So now Nitemare in a fantastic position. Lots of ultimates available. They have the Blizzard, they have the Bomb, they've got Beat, they got Matrix, and they've got it all just about.
And we'll see what they want to start. Obviously, the Ant Matrix is going to be the first one to come out, but Doc's able to find one with the Dragon. Kumpu out of the fight, so 5v6. Advantage Atomic.
Oh.
And a nice eat comes out from Interflux. They get rid of the Blizzard and then trade Diva Bomb kills as both teams do get one. Sim Wall coming out onto the point as Kumpu is able to get back into the fight and throw that onto the objective. Unfortunately, Thomas has gone over the edge. Verity and Doc getting back in on the point. The DPS line for Atomic. Clicking heads right now, and that is just about going to do it. Overtime burning away. Members of Nitemare have to get back onto the point, so once again, Thomas coming back on the Wrecking Ball and trying to contest. Cute Wipeout is able to finish off the Diva Mech, and Sat B is done and dusted, and that will do it. Busan is going to go to Atomic. They are going to pull ahead and go up 1-0 in the match.
Atomic needed this. Well, obviously both teams needed this, but Atomic obviously not feeling the strongest maybe on Busan. This is going to be a really nice confidence boost for the team, especially coming out of that first sub-map here where you can see that Nitemare was feeling pretty strong.
100%. And now with that, Atomic is in the driver's seat and they have their destiny in their own hands. They're up 1-0. They just need to win another map and they'll be taking this one home.
Yeah, you can see the aggression and the positioning was just really there for Atomic. Some nice sim teleporter placement, kind of just gatekeeping the point completely on that last point.
Exactly. And I kind of mentioned it there on Mecha Base, but after they lost the first map, Atomic really seemed to came alive. Didn't really make a ton of different changes. Obviously, Doc on that hands, it was just going crazy. But at the end of the day, they just seemed to coalesce, pull together, and they barely lost any fights from there on out.
Yeah, and, you know, this was really well played by the entire team. But, you know, we've highlighted them before. Doc made those first 2 fights 6v5. It's so difficult to be, you know, walking into a team that is ahead in the ultimate economy because they've won the first fight. And then the second fight, you know, the picks win the fight, but it just snowballed so well for them.
It did. And now with that in mind, I know sometimes we say that the control map might be a little bit less representative of what comes afterwards, but what do you think Nitemare has to do to start turning this around? We did say that Busan was one of their stronger maps.
I think they won the initial point, or the initial map or sub map, through positioning and forcing Atomic out of their comfort zone. They were doing a really nice job of initiating with ultimates. They were really setting the tempo, and then that kind of got flipped as the second point came. We saw Atomic take that initial capture, which is so important on these King of the Hill maps, and it really forced Nitemare to walk back into them, and they were able to set where and when these fights were happening. And you know, when you're playing 5v6 all the time, it's so difficult.
Yeah.
I think Nitemare, frankly, is going to need to really set their sights on strong compositions that they feel comfortable and confident on coming out of the gate. And they're going to need to potentially catch Atomic off guard. Maybe we'll see some more, you know, creative compositions, something a little bit more uncommon, or they're going to have to shut Doc down. Like this Hanzo can't keep getting away with what they are.
They're literally getting away with murder right now. And with that, our next map is going to be Volskaya Industries. So Aegis, what do you think will come out composition-wise now that we're headed to a 2CP map?
This is really interesting because what we saw from Nitemare was they definitely were feeling pretty good about running this bunker comp, running that Torp, running the Baptiste with the Orisa. Volskaya can be a great map for that, especially this first point where you can kind of like ping pong between the different high grounds using that Symmetra. I would like to see them come out with more of that. It seemed like it really made Atomic uncomfortable walking into that. They're just going to need to be able to work on that attack because their defense, we saw a bit of a glimpse on that, especially on downtown. Their attack and trying to retake that point is going to be really tough. You know, we say it all the time. Taking point B on 2CP, you have to win essentially 2 fights.
Mm-hmm. And we even saw it in the first match of the day with Gerald Fan Club and Redwood Rockets, is if you can snowball and take the first 2 points, you can end up with a lot of time in the bank. I mean, Redwood ended up with over 6 minutes in their time bank, and then it was basically all but over at that point. So the snowball has to be the name of the game going into this assault map.
Yeah, it's especially coming into Volskaya, it's a map that can get snowballed so quickly. They're going to have to be very careful not to allow this to happen. And Volskaya is a map, just, you know, I guess almost all the 2CP are. But Volskaya especially, you can come into that point B with 6 minutes, and you can walk away with none.
Exactly. Now we're seeing that Volskaya Industries is coming up, and just taking a look at the picture there, is there nothing more cool than like just a giant robot? Like it's really something that I hope we see more of in Overwatch 2 if that ever comes out. Is just more giant robots. That's really all I want. I'm a
and
simple
potentially
man.
more giant robots building more giant robots.
Yeah, that now when you mention it that way, and remembering back to what like the Omnic Uprising was in lore, is you've made that sound a lot scarier very quickly. Is that, yeah, it was robots building other robots, which is, I've seen a lot of movies in my time, and honestly, it's never a good sign when that happens.
This self-replicating really becomes a problem pretty quickly. It seems like. That seems it's kind of the beginning of the tidal wave. So hopefully Nitemare is able to stop this tidal wave that Atomic has been bringing out, and we're seeing exactly kind of what we expected here from Nitemare.
Exactly, going for more of a traditional, almost a bunker comp with the double shield. You got the Orisa Sigma and then Soldier and Ashe, so a bit of extra range coming through, which is going to be important to deal with Kemi on the Echo. They got to make sure they have that Docket switched over to a Tracer, so we'll see if they have the same luck that they did on the Hanzo in the first round, as right now Atomic just trying to get onto this high ground, seeing if they can force the issue, get up close and personal. Nice Bionade comes out there from Osiren, which makes sure that there's a lot of denied healing coming out momentarily, which throws a wrench in the gears of Atomic. Coming back in now, some nice sticky bombs getting thrown down by Kemi. Cute White Boy has moved over up to the point, and they burn down Sat B on that segment. They've already earned themselves a Primal Rage. Get that, and not 2 into the drink, or at least 1. It looks like maybe Kabu on the Ashe had a coach gun ready to go to avoid a long trip into the ocean, but it doesn't matter. Cute White Boy popping off on the Winston. That is going to put point A into the bank, and that was just beautiful to watch from Cute White Boy.
It's huge, and you can see them throw out like the Zoolander Magnum towards the end on the camera, so definitely aware of what was going on there, or maybe just making the face just in case.
Yeah, it's always you gotta flex a little bit when you throw a Primal Rage out like that. That was a wonderful play coming out. You can see Doc into the backline here on the Tracer, getting very close and now building up to that Pulse Bomb, seeing if they can get a vulnerable victim, but they only find the Immortality Field, and they also lose her life to the Torb coming through. And with that, Lily's able to get 1 kill, but will it be enough? The snowball has started now. The kills are coming through for Atomic, getting over onto the point. A nice resurrection coming in from Khan, getting Doc back into the fight. Interflux going forward, finishing off Nitty. Now the members of Atomic are on the point, and they're building up that cap percentage, getting about halfway to the first pick so far. But it's going to be very tough for the members of Nitemare to recontest. They are going to be running into a ton of coming in. You can see Kemi has a duplicate online with that Echo getting up high in the sky, seeing if they can catch somebody out with a focusing beam. No such luck right now, and they go for the copy and they go for the Doom Fist. So getting into the back, seeing if they can find a squishy support maybe to take down and get an insta kill. Unfortunately, not a lot doing there with the copy. Doom Fist Interflux is able to get rid of Lily, and now Cute White Bite, another Primal. Kemi finishes somebody off with the uppercut, And Atomic is on the point, and they are pushing right through. Kemi popping up on the Echo, getting 3. And it looks like it's just a matter of time for them to take this cap and build a huge time bank. And unfortunately for Nitemare, they have put themselves behind the 8 ball for the rest of this map.
This again started with Doc. It's just a pretty nice pulse bomb given what they were running into. You know, the turret is aiming for them right away. They're running into some trouble. They lose their life getting the ultimate off. But what happened was they only destroyed the immortality field, but everyone was so low that Q White Boy was able to just follow up on everything. And that is the key of what worked here was the follow-up. This wasn't Doc going for a hero play in the back line, you know, just like, oh, maybe I'll get a kill. You know, I'll throw the pulse bomb in there. Maybe we get one. This was a team effort, and they were able to follow up on that perfectly, dealing with a composition the Nitemare was running that was trying to keep them at arm's length. And Atomic is running a comp that wants to get in their face and make these fast fights while Nitemare is trying to drag them out. Atomic did a very nice job of making those fast fights. They didn't allow Nitemare to drag things out, you know, keep them at a distance here. Running that Orisa Sigma, you don't want anyone in your face. It gets kind of ugly when that happens, and Atomic did a nice job of putting the heroes and the players of Nitemare out of their comfort zone.
And you can see the two compositions from these two teams have basically flipped over, with Rain now on the Winston and Q White Boy and Interflux showing that Orisa Sigma combination that Nitemare showed on their defense as well. So we'll see what philosophies Nitemare wants to use to see if they can unlock this door, unlock this point, and get a quick cap, because the time bank and the amount you can have left in it, if possible, is going to be very important if Nitemare want to start making a comeback here. You can see Kemi just throwing in some rivet gun shots from the top, doing a little bit of extra poke damage. Members of Nitemare moving over onto the point to force a little bit of pressure, maybe hoping that somebody will drop off this high ground from Atomic. Mini getting very close to that first nano boost, so it looks like the members of Nitemare right now are just going to wait for Mini to get that nano boost online. They're probably going to throw the nano onto Rain and then see what the Winston can do. Unfortunately, Doc's able to get another kill early on. They take out Kumpu. So once again, Doc getting huge value early on in fights and forcing Nitemare to back up a little bit. And we will see with the nano boost coming online for Mini, I imagine we'll see that onto Rain as the engagement tool coming up in this next fight.
Yeah, this is a tough position for Atomic, because I guess who do you send down? It's going to have to be Interflux. There, you know, once that Sigma's on the ground, she's going to have a brutal time getting back up here as we see the nano come through onto Kane.
And it might work as they're able to get the immortality out of the fight, but Doc has got an off angle once again, just pouring in extra damage. Liz able to take out a turret, but nothing else just yet. Rain in the back with a nice juggle on Osiren to take them out. Kumbu gets a pick as well, so the numerical advantage has gone the way of the attackers for the time being, as Doc is in the backline getting close to another Deadeye in this Cassidy. It doesn't matter. They take down Burns at a moment's notice, get rid of that support player. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Satby and the rest of Nitemare were able to take out the targets that they needed to, and they are going to get the first point and a decent amount in their time bank as well, so not out of it just yet.
No, this is super winnable here, but it's going to have to be a really effective first fight. They do have the pulse bomb, they do have the copy. So, you know, almost an exact replica of what happened going into Atomic's attack here. Supercharger is online for Q White Boy as well as the Deadeye, so it's a lot of space, I guess, building ultimates available for Atomic leading into this.
Mini with the ability to heal up this tank's building themselves up to a nano fairly quickly, and once again Rain getting in the back trying to go for that engagement. Kumpu's able to get a stick onto Khan. That is a great opening. They're able to get rid of the supercharger as well. Osiren's able to take back one, but will it be enough? And just Micah's Doc is pulling out the heroics once again, able to get 3 on the Cassidy. They get rid of the duplicate form, get over onto the point, and they're going to hold on, stop that momentum for Nitemare and turn this around. Now it's going to be tough for Nitemare to get that momentum back.
Yeah, no capture percentage is going to be saved for them. They did not reach that 33%, and they used the ultimates that they did have available. I think, you know, they are going to have the bomb coming up here, which is a great bunker buster, as well as the rally coming out from Burns. This nano, I think, is probably what we'll see using as engagement tool here with Rain.
that nano could prove pivotal as well. Nice Bionade comes over the top on Mini. Mini's looked very confident on this Ana so far. Sappy getting into the back. The nano is online now, ready to be used whenever they need it. Both shields on the point right now for Atomic, and that means Sappy is going to throw the bomb out. They get taken down before they can remax, so even though they take down Cute White Boy, it's only going to be a trade so far. Mini in the backline trying to keep their team healed up, but that is going to be a tall order as they are getting burned down with some great focus fire and some bloodthirsty support coming up from Osiris, and now Doc with another kill. That is going to send the members of Nitemare packing back to spawn, and they're going to have to go again here, and now really starting to bleed the time out of that bank.
Interflex with a nice exit kill. So that's going to be, you know, it's going to set everyone back, especially when it is the Ana. That's, you know, Ana's not the fastest character in the world. You know, building up to that nano again, so Rain's going to be able to jump in with that. We'll most likely see that go on to the Winston. But yet again, Doc with another Deadeye available here. So this could be a tough one to go into.
Kemi's able to get the first pick this time around. They take out Burns on that break, but luckily Lily's able to punish Kemi for that. So right now we have a bit of a 5-on-5 action happening near the objective. You can see Lily trying to get themselves up to another duplicate, up to 75% so far. But it looks like Nitemare is going to wait and come back in with full six-person roster here.
I like this disengage. You know that the Tracer's going to get back so quickly. You know, as far as heroes that are, you know, will show up back in that fight at a moment's notice, it is that Tracer. So it's smart to just back up, wait for a full 6, because it's going to turn to a 6-on-5 if you don't.
Love watching the Tracer 1v1 there between Kumbu and Kemi. Unfortunately, nobody was able to win that, but Kumbu's able to get the backline and drop the Pulse Bomb onto Interflux's Sigma, and that is going to let the members of Nitemare get back onto the point once again. But they are running into that Cassie and Doc, who's been able to clutch it up time and time over. Now Kumbu's able to get another pick. A nice Primal Rage. Rain has been really good at knocking people off the map as they get another environmental kill. Kumbu popping off on the Tracer, able to get another elimination. This time raiding Supreme over Kemi, and now it's up to Atomic to get back in onto the point and start contesting, as the objective has almost been fully captured. Now another big bite, and it comes up from Mini. Does a lot of healing on the Interflux. And with that, it looks like they are going to get Interflux out of their mech. And now Kumbu back in, getting another final blow. Kumbu throwing it down with the Tracer, and that's going to do it. They are going to cap the point. Unfortunately, Cute White Boy's Wrecking Ball was not able to get back to keep that going. And now we are going into overtime here on Volskaya.
Clear time advantage on the side of Atomic here. Oh, this is going to be tough for Nitemare. I think, you know, they're playing their game. They're playing it well. I don't know that I would really see any changes here, honestly. We saw both teams running the bunker on defense, the dive on offense, with, you know, relative success, if not for, you know, a couple heroic plays that came out for Atomic that really made the difference in the time banks.
Yeah, and with that difference in the time banks, obviously it's Atomic's attack that was the far superior version of those events when they went through, and now Atomic is going to have to come out again and see what they can do on the defense. If everything turns out as it did the first time, Nitemare has to hope for at least capping the first point, seeing if they can get a little bit on the second, because if they get a full hold or something close from Atomic coming out, it's really going to put them in a very deep hole that there is going to be tough to climb out of.
Yeah, this is already, you know, a tough time bank to be walking into here. They are opting for a little bit of a different look here, though, opting back for the rush.
Hopefully it pays dividends for them as Rain is coming forward on the Reinhardt, once again taking a fair bit of damage as they back up. Their shield already getting down decently low, but now they've just rotated over the point, and you're going to see at this time they are going to have to force members of Atomic to come down and fight them onto the point. Kumbu's able to get rid of a turret, but no more, as a lot of healing is being put out by Mini on that BAP. Doc has finally dropped down on the Cassie, and they actually take down Mini on the BAP, which is a huge high value pick, as all that healing is now gone, and now it's fish in a barrel for Cute White Boy up top, shooting down on the remaining members of Nitemare, and that is going to do it. Another successful defense for Atomic, and they are looking good to take Volskaya and take this first round of the playoffs.
They're going to get one more fight. I don't even know if it's going to be really a full fight if anyone can touch. Doc has this Deadeye. This is going to be huge for them, and nothing really available here for Nitemare yet. Here comes the Deadeye.
The Deadeye comes up for Doc, and it does get burns, and that is, again, a healer out of the fight right away, so Doc prioritizing those targets and getting rid of the support players. Now Kemi has busted out the hammer. We'll see if they actually go in with it, and they do. They're going for the baby D.Va. And the nice E comes out. The Dragon's got eaten by the D.Va as well, and Kemi just trying to flex on the Torb. They were able to get one kill, which is really more than enough. That's going to do it for round 3. And Nitemare is going to have to hold for quite a long time if they want to see a draw and see their match continue.
They did get one tick, so this is technically winnable for them. This is going to be, it's going to be a tough defense. They definitely have their work cut out for them, but this tick could be really important. Not getting anything in the first point, it's kind of a GG. Getting that tick at least sets you up for some way to walk away with a win here.
Yes, and that is really what they're going to have to hope for coming out there. I mean, with Nitemare on the defense now, they have to hold for so long. Like, over 4 minutes is going to be such a tough task to have to deal with. And they have to play perfect for those 4.5 minutes. If they lose one fight, it's all but over.
Yeah, it is going to have to be perfect. There's not really any room for error here from Nitemare. They are not opting for the bunker here, so moving a little bit away from how they've been playing their past defenses. They haven't been super successful, so I guess, this is it. You may as well try things now. This is double elim, so they are going to have another chance to make their way through the loser's bracket. But yeah, you may as well throw it in here.
Yeah, all the stops have to be pulled out now as Atomic is moving forward. They do have Kemi on the Symmetra again, so we'll see if they want to go for any sort of teleport, and it looks like they do, and they want to engage this fight on the high ground right away. You can see members of Nitemare try to back up and back away and see if they can get out, but Minnie's already got down to that Hannah, and that looks like it could be it. Cube Whiteboy getting over to the point. There has to be some heroics coming up from Nitemare right now as another pick comes through. Nice Immortality Field comes up from the side to make sure that their team is healed up now on the point. Remember, they only need that one tick right now. Cube Whiteboy gets rid of the other healer. There are no supports left on the field now for Nitemare. There's just nothing left for them. There's nobody on point. They're all going down. Kemi fully charged up on this Symmetra, getting 3 more picks at the end. And with that, they're going to get the first tick, and the rest that they need, that is going to do it. Atomic is going to take this match 2-0 and move on in the playoffs.
Oh boy, yeah, so they're sent down to the lower bracket here. Some real heroics came out here from just one on Atomic to make this work. We obviously need to highlight Doc, an absolute monster on whatever they played, when it came to either the Cassidy or the Hanzo. Successful across the board, but I gotta say, the tanks, the supports, everyone came together here to get this win for Atomic.
I definitely agree that everybody managed to pull their weight, and it was really nice to see, because even if it was expected they would win based on their sheer seeding, I still think that Atomic definitely made it a nice match to look at in terms of that synergy. And also Nitemare, they did really make it close. I'm literally the first map of Busan. I don't think anyone thought that they would look so dominant against Atomic.
You have exactly right. They won a map on Busan. They were able to take Volskaya 2 overtime, so it's not like they just got rolled over on 2 maps and it's like, okay, see you later. They really put a good fight up on this last match.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of really good pieces that came together for them. It wasn't I don't know. It wasn't a complete loss for them as far as I'm concerned. They can be going into the lower brackets, with some things to work on and some things that they could probably improve on to really bring them some success, to be honest.
And as you did mention, the lower bracket we see now, Nitemare has joined Gerald fan club and Atomic has joined Redwood. And if I am not mistaken, the Heartbreaker Hayden match will decide who plays Atomic, and the Goliath 7-piece match will decide who plays Redwood, and then their respective losers will be in their respective lower bracket slots. So there's a lot of interesting possibilities for the next games ahead.
Exactly. I'm looking forward to some of those next round matchups too. Whoever goes against Redwood Rocket, considering how Redwood Rockets looked in the last match, you're not going to be wanting to run into them going forward.
Yeah, and I think honestly, like even in the lower brackets, you know, Nitemare ended up there, you know, going into the first round. This team is not a pushover. I would still be very much getting your scrims and getting your practices in to prepare for, you know, what I would say is a pretty effective bunker composition that came out from them.
Well, now we get to hear more about that impressive composition. Mr. Flux and Verity here for interviews. Hello, hello. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
I had a quick question for you. I noted this a little bit ago during the analysis of the match, but when Nitemare seemed to look better in terms of taking that map from Busan, were you guys a little bit surprised, or did you just kind of, oh, let's give him a false sense of security?
Oh yeah, no, totally false sense of security. No, I feel it's more so just the slow startup that we've had. It's fine. It's more so like, how do I put it? I think we get into our groove the more we play the game. The longer we play the game, the better it is for us.
I think we also just sometimes, whenever something catches us off guard, we sometimes either react perfectly to it or we freak out and then we have to all, you know, spend like 10 minutes or 10 seconds getting all back together. But in Busan, we had it all come back together very efficiently for us, and even though it seemed like sort of a last fight scenario on Mecha Base, I'd say we had it locked down by then.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to look back at the bracket again, since you guys are in that upper slot, you guys have the opportunity of either playing Hayden's Overwatch team, Heartbreakers. So who would you like to see win that match to face you?
I'm honestly excited for both of them. I'm not gonna lie, I don't have a personal favorite or pick to win the match because I think they're pretty close in terms of strength. Though we'll have to see, since there have been like roster changes and stuff with Heartbreakers. Though then again, Heart has shown some really good promise. I feel like they hustle a lot of teams pretty well. So I expect them to at least go pretty far in the playoffs, in my opinion.
I really don't know who I would mind playing against. All I know is that as long as it'll be a good game, that's all that matters, right?
Exactly. And if there is nothing else, stick around for that next game, since it is going to be our next match.
Better.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by ExpressVPN, Badcliff, and John_Overwatch Coaching.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the BPL channel. I've got something pretty on your screen. If you missed season 2 and wish you could be back there, you don't have to think anymore. We have a new merch store. You got an exclamation mark merch in chat. You can see some of these amazing designs that Tim Week has designed for us. And you can get some merch for all the teams on like a bunch of different things. You can get it on like t-shirts and hoodies and jumpers and all kind of stuff for all of the season 2 A-League teams. Some of this stuff is really good. Like, I love the Alpine design. I mean, all those designs are really good. But you can check all 16 A-League teams from season 2 out, exclamation mark merch, or you can see it in chat already there, for our brand new collection. And because we're using a new site, that means that in the future, we're hoping to get all of the season 2 logos, including season 2 B-League, all the season 3 logos. You'll be able to get your team or a BPL logo or whatever on some merch, or a cushion, or like a mug or a sticker or something like that. So that's all open now. I'm really excited about that. Thank you to Tim so much and to Mel for sorting all of this out. So enjoy that. Go have a look and see the store. There's some really cool stuff on it. And we'll be promoting that throughout the streams as well. We have some other things that may be coming throughout the stream as well. But I will leave you in the capable hands of Aegis and New Beats to take you through Heartbreakers and Haven Overwatch team.
Thank you so much, Solomon. That merch looks wicked. I mean, I might actually just buy the Alpine one. That design looked super awesome. So we are getting ready for our next match here. We got Heartbreakers going up against the Hayden Overwatch team, and this should be a close one. We heard it in our interviews just a couple minutes ago, and you know, just looking through the stats, looking through these two teams, I think we're going to be in for an exciting match.
Yeah, these teams are 4-3 and 3-4. This is going to be a very close match. This is going to be a really exciting one. We did see some really nice play there in our previous match. The seeding, obviously a little bit more of a disparity. They kept it close. I think this is going to be even closer.
Exactly. And Aegis, we've had a tough run of our last cast a couple weeks ago, and now this first match we saw tonight of 0-2s or 2-0s, depending on which team you're cheering for. So I'm really hoping, I don't want to jinx it, but now I'm going to just say I just want to see a three map match coming up.
For real. We've definitely been in 2 Overwatch for quite a few of our matches. So yeah, come on, let's just bring it to 3. Everyone, maybe somebody take it easy for the first map or something. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, and looking at these two teams now, they have like a ton of really capable players, and just looking through the two rosters, I think we are going to see a lot of big plays coming out. Is there anybody that sticks out for you when you look at these two teams, Atros?
Stratocaster. We have seen play before, really, really effectively. McMeme I recognize as well. I want to say Mr. Beastburger. We're going to be having a look at that. Ducks too. So actually a lot of players that we have seen play before and come up with some really nice plays. I'm really excited for this match. It's going to be close, I hope.
It is, and another player to watch out for as well, Freddie Benson on the DPS for Hayden Overwatch team, is somebody that can really pop off when the moment calls for it. It's going to be a very back and forth match, I hope, and I really think it will, because we have a ton of talent on both sides of the ledger, and it is really going to be fun to see which team can move on in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think, these are both, as we talked about, very talented teams. I would really like to see, compositions, that they obviously practice well, but maybe decided by the map picks that are going to be happening here. We saw some really effective bunker come out from both teams in our previous match, and some dive that was honestly like such tight dive, able to break some of those bunker comps on the defense, especially as we went into Volskaya. Bunker looked great on Busan, and then kind of folded quite quickly on Volskaya. So, have all these teams just been practicing a ton of dive or a ton of rush? We'll see.
It's the name of the game with a dive comp, right? You want a super crisp, clean dive. You want to be going in. You want to be jumping on the same targets at the same time. And like thinking back, you mentioned Bill Sky in our last match. You could see Cube White Boy and the Winston just popping off in the primal there in point A of their first attack and really wiping the floor with the opposing team. So that's something that can definitely come out with these tank lines in our upcoming match. Like they are fully capable of doing that as well.
And yeah, and I want to say, like, it's not even just the dives themselves. The staging has been really solid. Teams have been staging their dives really, really well, to the point where, like, they've obviously been scrimming these compositions and potentially these maps as well. I just want to see more of it. I think we saw some real highlight plays coming out from both teams previously. I'd love to see more of it in this one.
For sure, and you've got to keep in mind as well, both these teams have been playing together for quite a while now. It's, you know, it's playoffs late in the season. Obviously, throughout the year, there are roster changes that happen, but it is something that I think has shown today is that the communication is there for both teams, and it looks like we are going to be heading to Oasis for our first map.
Which is pretty exciting, honestly. I think Oasis, you can play a lot of different compositions. There's not really, I guess some of the maps have a little bit of high ground, but as you head into like something like University or something, it can really reward, or Gardens here, you know, it can reward some rush compositions, things like that. Gardens obviously does have that nice kind of catwalk up the middle that can, you know, make it really valuable to be holding that. So I am curious what is going to be coming out, whether it is, you know, some dive or some double bubble, or, you know, something with a little bit more ability likely coming into this.
Yeah, and with that, you nailed it exactly. We got a little bit of dive on one side with Robbie and Gurgler going with the Winston Diva, and then the other side we got more of a double bubble. Lettuce and Jace on the Winston and Zarya respectively. As we can see, both teams more or less taking the same pathing to get this to this first objective, with the members of Hayden Overwatch team trying to get onto this high ground first, seeing if they can get a little bit of a vertical advantage coming through. Kron in the backline trying to poke through with the Echo, seeing if they can catch an unlucky member of Hayden Overwatch team and take them down, but to no avail just yet. Still doing a decent amount of damage, almost getting to the halfway to that ultimate. Now Kron is finally able to take down Hayden with the opening pick, and with Stratocaster getting in on the brink. Now Heartbreakers are up 2 and pushing forward. The 4 seed looking good in this first fight, getting back onto the point. Now they will get the cap coming through. We'll see if Ducks can make it out on the Lucio, and it looks like they will live to fight another day as Robbie goes over the edge. And a great first fight coming up for Heartbreakers. A little slow to start, but they definitely pulled it together.
This is really well played by Lieutenant Lettuce. They managed to cut off Robbie during that and isolated the main tank from really being able to support the rest of their team. You can see here, just really nice positioning.
Now Lettuce popped the preparation, able to get the Reaper over the edge, but Tanagby was able to teleport back onto the point and stay alive for the time being. And now goes down to the Pulse Pistols and then melee of Dragon Watch. And Heartbreakers are pushing forward with the advantage on the point once again. Ducks able to trade one back, but it's too late. Lettuce is going to get in and punish them for their crimes. And now with a late kill onto Hayden, the Hayden Overwatch team is going to have to back up, go back to the drawing board, and figure out a way to get past this double bubble. And a bunch more ultimates online for the Heartbreakers.
This is going to be huge for them. Some huge ultimates coming online. So Dragon Watch does have the Pulse Bomb along with Jace's Grab. So there's going to be options here. Titan has the... we're going to start off with the Grab. Just get ready for this Pulse Bomb.
Coming right through, and the Pulse Bomb comes up, but it does not take anyone down. Maybe that got eaten by Gurgler's Diva as the Hayden Overwatch team getting over onto this point. I just noticed that the acronym for that is HOT. That's fantastic. Kron's able to get in a pick. Robbie trying to use this Primal Rage to the maximum amount of effect. Titan's able to find 2. What a Bionade coming out from the Ana, and that is going to seal the deal for the Heartbreakers. They're going to be able to hold on here. They're up to 80% cap percentage, and they only need one more fight to take the first sub-map of this match.
This is going to be a bit of a tougher fight to win. They do have the Primal Rage available. EMP Death Blossom, though. This, if it's executed well by Hayden Overwatch team, it'll be gross.
And there's the EMP coming up first. That only finds 3 members, but will it be enough? It looks like it will. Robbie's able to take Titan over into the drink as well as Kron. So 2 environmental kills, now 3. Robbie terrorizing everybody right now on the Winston. Hayden Overwatch team is taking this fight with a plum, and they are going to flip here and start getting cap percentage of their own. But it was a nice EMP by Greeny, but the gold star in that fight has to go to Robbie on the Winston.
Yeah, that's huge. It looked a little dire when nothing really happened with the Death Blossom. So really nice follow-up from the rest of the team. You know, it can't only be on these ultimates to make it happen here. And they do have the Coalescence that comes out right away to start things off.
Hayden pushing that back in, doing a decent amount of damage, but a lot of healing to their tanks, and now another grab. It's on and Watch gets 3 with a pulse bomb, and now 4 as they get the mech as well. Robbie's going to get 1 back, but that's going to be a consolation prize and nothing more. Kron has moved over to the point and got another elimination, and Heartbreakers are going to break through and take this first sub-map in a very dramatic fashion. What a pulse bomb coming up from Dragon Watch.
Oh boy, you can't ask for much more than that from your teammates. Oh lord, you know, the first one didn't really get as much as they would have liked. I think maybe you hit like the Winston bubble or something. You know, didn't make the same mistakes on the second. Oh boy, what a pulse bomb, and what a grab, honestly.
A filthy use of the ultimates coming up from Heartbreakers, and that's exactly what they did. They broke the hearts of Hayden Overwatch team to take this 1-0 lead on Oasis. As now we move over to University, which is more susceptible to these rush comps, as we can see both teams showing the Reinhardt.
Yeah, definitely a different look here, and we are seeing, wow, both teams staying on the Nitemare.
And with that, Greeny gets very low on their Symmetra, able to stay in the fight. They'll get enough healing to stay in this. Robbie is the next to fall down, but a lot of healing coming out early on for the Hayden Overwatch team, as they don't exactly have the best way to get in onto this point. So you can see Heartbreakers once again getting that positional advantage, getting onto the point first, making the other team come to them. Maywall's come out. It's a bit of an ice cream sandwich. And now with both teams coming together, the eliminations are going to start coming as there are no more immortality fields in the fight, and Lettuce falls along with Jace. The tank line is completely wiped out by Hayden Overwatch team, and they are pushing forward. Greeny fully charged and doing a great job on that sim. A nice quick amp matrix coming out from Dux as well was able to enable Hayden Overwatch team to take that fight with ease.
Yeah, that's such a fast amp matrix, and you can see Titan just up to 83%, so still not even at that. Really effective play there from the Baptiste from Hayden.
And we'll see if Heartbreakers can answer with a decent fight of their own. They will have that amp matrix in line momentarily from Titan. Robbie's able to get Lettuce on the fire strike, and that's going to make sure Hayden Overwatch team has an advantage, and they are pushing forward. Greeny charged up, and Gurgler getting into the back line with the micro missiles is able to take down Titan, and with Jace falling to the floor, Hayden Overwatch team is right back into this match after losing the first map. They have come out on fire so far.
So Titan does have the amp matrix ready to go. They did get picked off a little bit later in that fight. Basically up to 6 ultimates for Heartbreakers here. This is their fight to lose, and oh, this is a nice blizzard.
A huge blizzard coming out, and a big fire stick from Robbie trying to get into the backline, seeing if they can get around the sim wall to throw down the Earth Shatter, but they went in a little bit too deep, and they get taken down by Lettuce on the other side. Now a double remake kill comes out from Gurgler. That is a clutch play from the Diva, finishing off Lettuce as well, and with Tanic getting it on the fight, Hayden Overwatch team is going to keep control up to 70%, and looking good doing it. You gotta love the remake kills.
Oh boy, the double remake kill. You don't see it often. One, yeah. 2 is, oh boy, Kron here with the Blizzard. They need this. This Blizzard needs to be huge. Gurgler needs to be on top of this. If they eat this, it's over.
Gurgler with that D-Matrix ready to go, but you can see the wall came out, and then the Blizzard, so a little bit of cover for that ultimate coming out. Lettuce is able to get 1, and this is going to be a quick fight for Heartbreakers. Now back in onto the point, they are going to lose a couple members, but at the end of the day, they are going to get through. They are going to take this fight in overtime, stay alive in the map, and this back and forth match continues already. Another flip coming through, but now Heartbreakers has their backs against the wall. They got to be very vigilant in the next couple minutes here.
Dux does have the amplification matrix as well as a bomb from the Gurgler here, so These are good initiation ultimates. We'll see them probably start the fights off with at least one of them. Gurgler, yeah, they are going to build it up just in time for this fight to start.
Hayden Overwatch team coming back in with the re-engage. Maywall comes out early from Tanakvi to allow their team to get onto the point. And now with that, Dux is going to throw down the Matrix, seeing if everybody is in a row. Nice self-destruct comes over the top from Gurgler's able to get rid of Dragon Watch, but the eliminations are going the way of Heartbreakers. They do have the extra kills coming through. They are going to hold on to the point and keep this match alive for the time being. A nice late kill coming out here on Gurgler. That's going to be rough. So this is basically just a complete reset coming out. Some good aggression from Heartbreakers here, not taking their foot off the gas, pushing in, making sure that the other members of Hayden Overwatch team can't get a decent disengage. Nice eat comes out though from Gurgler, able to get rid of Dragon Watch's strike. That is a beautiful play with the D-Matrix.
I can't believe that got eaten. That was unreal. What a massive play there.
And now with Hayden Overwatch team coming back in, they have thrown down that stim wall that is met by the Blizzard. Tanakvi is able to find two. Self-destruct coming out on the point, gets rid of Hayden, and Jace gets a remake kill of their own. Robbie's able to pull one back with the fire strike. Will be enough for Hayden Overwatch team. It looks like it might just not be. Little Lettuce able to get another pick with a fire strike, and with Kron staying on the point, they are going to be hard to dislodge on the May. Gurgler going up top down to 24 HP. Grabs the mini pack, but that's all that's available, up to 85%. Hayden Overwatch team is back in on the point. They are finally getting the kills. They get the capture coming through, so now it is overtime, and it's up to Heartbreakers to get back in onto this point. Nice kill coming out once again at Matrix on the point, but this not be enough coming up from Titan. The pause comes through, but I believe that's just going to delay the inevitable. It looks like the first round is most likely going to go to Hayden Overwatch team.
Yeah, a disconnection there right at the last moment. Maybe trying to leave the loss. I think I've seen that in that same strategy in my ranked games.
Yeah, weirdly enough, it only happens to somebody on the team I'm playing with and never at the team I'm playing against. But
Team Blue always fails.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get that player back into the match soon so we can finish off the map in good order. But with that being said, we got to look at Hayden Overwatch team. They've looked pretty good so far, even though they're the lower seed.
Yeah, this is exactly kind of what we hoped for. It's been really back and forth with some real strengths coming up from either side and a lot of highlight plays. I can't get over that eat on the Blizzard.
The Dragon Strike.
Oh yeah, it was the Dragon Strike. Yeah.
Yeah.
How was that even I would be so mad if I was that Hanzo, but so happy if I was that D.Va.
Yeah, you got that. I believe it's 10 meters where it's still an arrow before it turns into the dragon, and that's when the eat comes out with the D Matrix. It's a great play coming out from Gurgler to get that eat, and with that, Gurgler and the rest of Hayden Overwatch teams look good, and I really want to see, Heartbreakers started off so strong on the first submap, and they've kind of faltered a little bit, but with the way they've played throughout the season, I don't see this being the end of the world for them. They can definitely still come back.
Absolutely. We say it time and time again. These King of the Hill maps, when you're starting off with them, are not necessarily predictive of the remainder of the maps or of the match. You know, there are some teams that are just stronger running on King of the Hill than others. That said, this has still been really, really close. Whatever team is going to come out of this, it is not going to be, a walk park. This is a hard-earned victory.
And it is interesting to mention as well with these teams, they've shown a decent variety of compositions already with Double Bubble, with the dive, with some rusher, 6-man kind of comps coming out. And so it really opens the door, no matter what map we end up going to next, and future maybe a third map, who knows? There could be a lot of different variances coming out through the rest of this match.
Yeah, it seems like everyone has been pretty flexible and pretty willing to adapt to what they think is going to work better, which is really nice. It's always tough watching a team try and force a composition that's clearly not working. You know, you and I cast a lot of scrims, so you know we see teams practicing those compositions, and you know they're trying to practice their dive or their 6-man, and they're just walking into an absolute nightmare against them. These teams seem to be, you know, ready and willing to you know, make those changes, make those adjustments, and play around each other, which is really exciting.
It is, and it's also one of those things that extra versatility, that extra flexibility that these teams have can really be a great tool to use. Like you mentioned the example of maybe a team's running into a comp that their current composition isn't optimal to play against, but also you have that opportunity to just change things on a dime if you need to, just to make sure that you keep the other team a little bit off balance. As we get back in here, you can see the overtime burning away and Hayden Overwatch team getting this objective secured. So now the maps are 1-1. We are going to go to downtown for our final map. And as we were just kind of talking about, man, I'm excited. This could go either way.
Yeah, this is really exciting. I do want to take this opportunity again to talk about, you know, while we're between maps, the merch that Solomon was just speaking about. It looks so good. It's you know, often you'll see kind of obnoxious designs come out from certain brands. These are just like nice. They're just nice clothes, to be honest here.
They're super clean designs, and it really fits into my style too, even though most people who watch me cast are like, you only wear button-down shirts. Like t-shirts, trust me, they do exist. But now we are on to downtown on Oasis, seeing which team is going to reign supreme here as they both come together over by the jump pad. Prawn trying to find a hack with the Sombra is unable to at the moment, still doing a lot of extra damage. Finally gets a manual hack in onto Gurgler, and now it is up to the rest of Heartbreakers to get in and burn them down and get that focus fire. Gurgler getting very low, finally out of the mech. The Winston bubble coming up from Robbie was not able to save them. Nice boop comes up from Dux. They get lettuce over the edge. That could turn the tables in favor of Hayden Overwatch team as they are pushing forward on the back of that pick. Tactic B getting low, has to back up a little bit, get the heals, and they back up right into Dragon Watch's Pulse Bomb as Dragon Watch claims another victim with the ultimate, now getting onto the point, getting onto the supports. Hayden is once again popped to Coalescence to try and keep their team alive. But it is going to be tough sledding right now as Lettuce has just been hit with the nano boost, getting into the back, taking out that Sombra, and now trying to get the other supports down. Now their EMP comes out. Robbie and Gurgler are both up. The tanks do not have their abilities right now for the Hayden Overwatch team. And finally, this fight is going the way of Heartbreakers. They are pushing through. Stratocaster gets rid of Robbie. Panic Bees able to trade one back, but they are going to be killed by Dragon Watch once again on the watch for that Reaper. And with one member left on to contest for Hayden Overwatch, they are finally going to get out, and the caps coming through. Hayden was able to get 30% at the start of that fight, and now it's up to Heartbreakers to get their comp percentage even higher.
We did see some nice plays there from Dux, and had a brief glimpse at their stats on Baptiste, which are really impressive. Obviously feeling just as comfortable on that Lucio as you saw a pretty fast beat come out for them. Gritty does have the EMP though, and you can see maybe going through, thinking about the elevator.
Greeny now going through over the top, gets the hack down. That finds all 6 members of Heartbreakers, and 2 go down to the other ultimates that come out as the follow-up. As EMPs goes, that's the best you can possibly get, getting all 6 members caught up into that. Now Robbie is just cleaning up. That's going to trade it back for the Hayden Overwatch team, and a perfect use of ultimates in that last fight.
That EMP looked like a montage. Going through the elevator as they decloaked. Fantastic play there. No ultimates available for either team here now.
Greeny can definitely put that EMP on their highlight reel. That was perfectly placed by them, and good follow-up by the rest of the Hayden Overwatch team to make sure it mattered in the end. Now Robbie getting back in, doing so much damage on this Winston. Puts themselves up to a primal rage, is able to knock out one over the edge, but they get back on. However, Titan is not so lucky as they go into the great unknown. Robbie just throwing down the mayhem with that Winston ultimate, getting down to half HP, but still doing a lot of work. Tiny P is able to follow up and get rid of Stratocaster. Now with Robbie getting rid of Kron. That's going to be a reset for Heartbreakers. As you can see, Jace going over the edge of the map to get back to their team that much quicker. But now Hayden Overwatch team is up to 81% and counting. They are sitting pretty to take this match if they can take one more fight home.
This is really key from Jace. You know, you don't often see, you know, highlights of a D.Va diving off the map. If they hadn't used the boosters to get off the map, they would not be back in this fight. It's a really smart heads-up play from them here. As we're seeing the Heartbreakers coming right back so hard.
That was on the back of a perfect Bionade Nano combo coming up from Titan, doing a lot of work on that Nano, only getting the assists on the kill feed, but it doesn't matter the rest of the team. They are going to take the point. And once again, we are going to see the team at 99% lose a fight, and now Heartbreakers are in tough to take this one back.
This is going to be tough. So Kron and Greeny both have EMPs available, and it is really going to come down to usage because both teams have a ton available to combo with it. You have the Death Blossom, you have the Bomb. Dux does have Beat, so this could be the real difference maker here unless they get hacked.
The EMP starts right away. It's able to get 2 members, and now the Bomb over the top. Jace and Gurgler are able to both trade one each. Now the Death Blossom goes up from Dragon Watch, gets rid of Hayden. Dux is able to peel back in for their support just a little bit too late, even though they do punish Dragon Watch in the end. And now Tanikby just trying to fight for their lives, gets hit with another Bionade. They go down. Dux still on the point, flying around, trying to confirm these kills. A great play coming up from Greeny. You can see all the assists on the side for their EMP. And now with overtime going, Hayden has flipped it back over here, and they could really hold on to this fight.
It's 5v2 on the point as Jace does get ream. Actually, the Gurgler, you know, all over them here. This is going to be such a tough fight to keep going.
You can see those hacks coming in onto the Divas almost all the time. Robbie has built himself up to another Primal Rage, and that gets popped almost immediately on the other side. Stratocaster was able to throw down the rally, so a lot of extra armor coming out to their team, and they're able to translate that into a nice whip shot onto Tanikby. And just like that, Heartbreakers back into the fight. Robbie's able to turn them back at the end of that ultimate. EMP comes out from Kron, and that gets 3 members of Hayden hacked up. Titan is able to finish off Robbie, and now with Letters coming back on the Wrecking Ball, they get rid of Gurgler, and now with both teams on the fight, this is going to be it. Dragon Watch trying to get rid of the Lucio, and they are able to do so. And with that, Heartbreakers hold on. They flip the point, and we are in store for one more fight.
It looked a little dire there. The Gurgler being killed trying to remake. Didn't really end up mattering too much here, but there going to be an EMP again from Greeny here, building these up so quickly.
And Greeny throws it. They're only able to get 3 this time, but the follow-up is there. Tanikby is able to find 2. And now Tanikby is in the back line, mowing people down with the Reaper. Gurgler is able to finish off Lettuce. And that is going to be a flip eventually here for Hayden Overwatch team. And we'll see if any stragglers can come back. A nice touch comes out here from Kron, but that's not going to be enough. Overwatch burns away. And the first map of the day is going to Hayden Overwatch team. They are in the lead.
A big first win for them here. So they were technically, you know, lower in the seeding here. So coming out and getting this win is big for them. As we're seeing Jace at 22 elims, 22-6. That you gotta feel good about it. That definitely doesn't hurt the stats. What a massive grab that was.
That was awesome to watch, and you can see later on Hayden Overwatch team was able to pull out a few tricks of their own. And the EMPs that were coming out later on City Center for both sides were absolutely instrumental in making that match go as long as it did.
It was huge, and it came down to the timing. You know, both the Sombras were building them up pretty quickly. It came down to, you know, not even did I get 6 people, did I get 3 people. It came down to the timing and who you were catching in them. You know, we saw one get almost completely negated by the Lucio beat, but just, you know, really, really effective play there by both Sombras making that happen.
And with this being playoffs, it's worth mentioning as well, Hayden Overwatch team is up 1-0. They take another map. They're going to go on in the upper bracket, and that will force Heartbreakers to fall down to the lower. Having said that, I feel like in my heart of hearts, we have a lot of Overwatch left to go in this match.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, both these teams have kept it close throughout the entire season. Hayden Overwatch team 3-4, only -2. You know, and Heartbreakers 4-3. +1. So map differentials, both these teams have been fighting hard for each of their wins and have fought hard in each of their losses. I think we've still got a lot of Overwatch left to see here.
We do, and it's going to be fun to see how Heartbreakers can come back into this. You know, we mentioned they are the higher seed out of the two. Now they've dropped the first map of the day, and it's up to them to come back in and say, okay, GG, go next map, and pull it on and get a win of their own. And Aegis, if that is to happen for Heartbreakers, what do you see as the turning point for them?
I think they're playing a good game. I don't think I would even change that much. Probably get some more value out of their second DPS. It seemed like there was no problems with the Sombra, with those EMPs, with the ultimate usage, or really with the ult economy in general. I think they're playing a solid game. They need to stick to their game. Maybe play a little bit faster, I would say, is probably all I would call it. But it didn't really seem like there was any grave discrepancies coming through in, any of those maps.
That's a good point. Sometimes you gotta stay the course. You gotta come in with a game plan, and then even if you get a little wobbly off the start, you gotta stick to that game plan and hope that it pulls you through in the end, hoping that preparation that you did before the match is able to put you over the top. And on the other side, with Hayden Overwatch team, you look at somebody like Robbie, who started off a bit slow, but by the end, they were crushing on that Winston.
Yeah, it looked a little bit rough as we headed into Gardens. Obviously bounced back completely. I think both of these teams, they're playing a really solid game. They need to stick to their guns on this. It really could go either way. It's been really close. Yeah, 100 to 99. You don't want to make any drastic changes. You're playing your game. You're playing something that you're comfortable, you're confident in, and it's not like they're getting blown out playing it. I think it's just going to come down to individual plays, to mechanics, to things like that. Both these teams seems really solid as teams.
Exactly. And with that, our next map is going to be Temple of Anubis. So keeping that in mind, Aegis, does that change anything you just said? Do you want to go back and maybe use some revisionist history on your analysis there and say, well, now with Anubis being the map, is there any adjustments you want to make?
I was wrong about everything.
No.
No. I don't think I would change much. Both these teams have shown a ton of versatility in their compositions and in their play. I honestly wouldn't change much. I think you could probably run at pretty similar comps to what we've seen so far from both of these teams. I wouldn't scoff at any of it heading into Anubis. You will see, some more niche compositions sometimes come out on this map. The occasional Symmetra, but more often something like a Junkrat. Something that'll really punish, especially on point A, the small rooms and the small corridors that you can sometimes get pushed into on your attack. I think running the Winston could be a little rough if we more of those BAM comps come out there. But we have seen Reinhardt's come out from both teams. They look great.
Yeah.
I'm not unhappy looking at really anything that these teams have been running. I think stay the course, keep playing your game. It's clearly working. Even if you are behind in score, it's working fine. Just hopefully everyone's feeling a little bit more warmed up. The compositions are there. The shot calling is there. Just you have to stay the course here. We said this was going to be a close game when it started. It has been so far. I don't think I would make any major changes.
I mean, I always appreciate it when the teams make us look good, because that's hard to do sometimes, especially with some of the stuff
Extremely challenging.
we've said before. Exactly. So yeah, going on to Temple of Anubis. This is, I mean, it's 2 CPs, so it's tough, but this might actually be my favorite 2 CP map. It's the best of the worst, I guess you could say. But with that, it'll be interesting to see what changes we have coming through. I can see on the side of Hayden Overwatch team, we do have a couple subs coming in. Mr. Beastburger is now on the field, as well as Majestic. So a couple switches coming through there. As for Heartbreakers, we have McMean, Bant, both coming in as well. So a couple of changes on each side, which could definitely give us a bit of a wrinkle in what we're going to see.
Kron as well, I believe. So Titan and Stratocaster sticking with it for Heartbreakers. We've casted Stratocaster before. They've been fantastic. Titan obviously as well, a complete highlight player. On the other side, you know, Dux has been so strong on this Baptiste, and they're definitely going to have the chance to play it again here. Going to be running more of this bunker comp. So Robbie on the Orisa and Dux back on that Baptiste. This team is ready for an Echo and ready for which is McBeam's going to have to keep their head down.
100%. And now with the first attack coming through, it looks with Heartbreakers coming through in the attack, they have that Wrecking Ball and Bad trying to get in and do a little bit of disruption, rolling in around the back. Not able to do too much. Dragon Watch gets very low and taken down by Tanic Beast Torbjorn. So that is going to be the first pick of the round, and that's going to make it that much harder for the attackers to push in. And now Mr. Beastburger finally punishes Band for rolling around in the backline. They get rid of them as well. So up 2 right now for the defenders. And Hayden Overwatch team is off to a decent start.
This turret placement from Tanic B, I know it's like pretty common, but my god, is it an irritating place to have a Torbjorn turret. You can see immediately Band trying to drop that down. Does manage to do so with the help of Kron.
That nice slam there, but Tanic was able to hit E and get that extra armor and stay alive in this. We'll see who wins this battle. And it looks like Band's going to get out with about 1 HP. They were getting very low on the health bar. However, Greedy's able to hit a nice dynamite, and that goes through on McMean. Another kill. This has been a great start to the defense right now for Hayden Overwatch team, as they are able to hold the line and start burning this time off the clock, because there's only 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. And as I say that, this could be a caster's curse, as Heartbreakers are pushing through onto the point. Kron getting fully charged up on that Zarya onto the point, trying to do as much damage as they possibly can. A little bit split off, has to be wary of that amplification matrix that came out from Dux. Mr. Beastburger is able to get a kill, finally get Kron out of the fight. Bank getting onto the point, has a minefield, and it decides not to throw it as the Molten Core came out from Tanic B, which dissuaded him from getting in onto the point. Tanic B getting another couple kills in the end. Bant is one to fall as well. And with that, down to almost 2 minutes on the clock, and Heartbreakers really have to go in with a better strategy here.
Yeah, they're starting to have some pieces here. This is a composition that's built around the ultimate. You're waiting for this blade, you're waiting for the copy, for the minefield, for the grab, for the that. I just want to say I really appreciate Kron taking the time to put a spray on the wall in the middle of that mayhem.
And with that, now we are finally seeing the minefield come out from Bant early on into this fight. And McMean has decided to copy the Orisa. And Minefield's able to find 2. Unluckily for them, though, Mr. Beast was able to get back in and take one down with the self-destruct. And this defense for Hayden Overwatch team is looking better and better. Tactic B coming over on the side on an off angle with the Torb. They're able to use that supercharger to finish them off. Brings out the hammer. Unfortunately, Kron went down before the small legs of the Torb could get over there. And now with that, we're down to almost a minute left. This could possibly be the last fight if Heartbreakers don't take it, but they do have a Nano Blade.
Yeah, and this is kind of what they've been building around. We did see them use some pretty big ultimates there to really no success. No cap percentage accrued so far, but they have dragged out pretty much all of the ultimates from Hayden. You know, another as well as a Bob, which can be some really big space-making ults.
And with that, Band trying to get back in on the point, create some pressure on the objective. Stratocaster is able to get a resurrection, and now the Nano Blade is out. And we'll see what Dragon Watch can do. They can get 2 with the help of McMean on that Echo. Unfortunately, they ran into too much of the Molten Core, and that will do it. Tanic B is going to zone them off the point. A nice headshot to get rid of the other line of the DPS. There is no damage left on the field right now for a Hayden Overwatch team, but luckily for them, it looks like they will have just enough time to reset and come in back in with a push. It might be a bit scuffed.
Stratocaster with a late, they get picked late, which is rough. This is really tough for them. Not being able to have that Mercy, they are able to use the Guardian Angel to get back. The Wrecking Ball didn't touch.
No, Bad was not able to get in. There was just too much damage coming from all sides onto the Wrecking Ball. And once they didn't touch, nobody else could weather that gauntlet and get onto the point. And with that, that is going to be a full for the Hayden Overwatch team, and they are in the driver's seat to take this match 2-0. And unfortunately, if we don't get our 3-0 match, it's going to be an upset, more or less, by a Hayden Overwatch team.
Yeah, this is big. You know, these teams are really close in the standing, so, you know, we don't want to overstate it too much. But at the same time, this is a huge upset, and it could change everything.
Idris, you're never one for hyperbole. You always just kind of say it how it is. And with that, we're getting ready to see Heartbreakers they're going to have a hard time here on their attack. It's going to be rough. You can see they're going with a similar look, but they are rolling out with a Junkrat on their DPS line, so trying to get a lot of that extra burst damage into the fight.
This could be really good for them. It is a good composition to really lock down this first point. That said, this is a composition that could be countered. You know, they're pretty unprepared for any flyers. I wouldn't be surprised to see Hayden, you know, recognize this and move towards a Pharah comp. They are running like basically a full rush right now though. Tanic B on the May, Greeny on the McCree. You know, it is something that could catch the Heartbreakers completely off guard.
And Tanigby has looked good on the May already at times in this match, and we'll see if it works out for them once again. A bit of a different rotation as Robbie and multiple members, not everyone just quite yet, now they're all coming through, are going to this left-hand side if you're an attacker, pushing through, and this will be where the first engagement happens. Both teams coming together. You can see a Hayden Overwatch team has their way to get in. They have to deal with this double shield coming up from Bant and Kron using the Orisa Sigma combo. Now we're getting into it. Dragon Watch is able to get a kill with the mines, and McMeme's able to get Mr. Beast Burger out of their mech. So that is important picks coming in for the defense right now, and they're going to hold on here. They're going to keep this defense, but they still have a long way to go.
Oh yeah, especially with a full hold, this is tough. And you gotta wonder if there are going to be some adjustments made to really make things work. That said, they're coming up to some big ultimates here. Like this Blizzard is kind of what they're likely building around. Blizzard is such a powerful ultimate here, and it's a really nice wall there. Oh, try to get the trap, not fast enough as Robbie gets caught in it.
Now the next member to go down is only a turret. Dux is able to be eliminated. Dragon Watch showing out the tire, trying to get into the back line. That time 3. What a tire from Dragon Watch, and that is going to hold on here for the members of Heartbreakers. They're going to stay in this defense. Aegis, could we see a draw on the horizon?
No. That's a full hold on Anubis resulting in a draw that would be really impressive. I would be really happy to see it here, to be honest. These teams have been pretty evenly matched. I was surprised to see a full hold here. Tanigby, again, getting after, oh boy, the Molten Core though.
Slamming them down into the Molten Core is just disrespectful. Ant Matrix comes out as well, but that is really not going to do it. That's not enough. Heartbreakers are going to hold on, but they spent a lot of ultimates in that fight. They're still going to have a couple online in time for the next fight, most likely the Supercharger and the Rally. But Hayden Overwatch team is, I think, maybe just looking to get a couple more ultimates online and just hit Q a bunch and hope it takes them to that one tick.
Yeah, you know, a full hold, you got to be feeling good about that. We are seeing some changes come through here as the Tanigby moves over to the Echo. That Blizzard has been expended, so maybe thinking they're not going to build another one up that quickly. You know, minute left though. You're starting to sweat.
Exactly that. This is when the mental starts to creep in, but Tanigby's able to get a kill with the sticky bombs onto the BAP, and now getting in, gets another kill before McMeme is able to cut them down, but will that be enough for the members of the Hayden Overwatch team to get onto the point and get that one tick that they need? McMeme says no, getting 2 more with the torpedo. That is so important to keep them alive into this fight. Heartbreaker on the Stratocaster on the brig doing a lot of extra work. McMeme getting 2 more, and that is going to do it. 45 seconds, we're almost in final fight territory, and we could actually see a draw.
Unreal. Coming up to a tire again here from Dragon Watch, so this could be really key for Heartbreakers.
Hayden Overwatch team needs to find the first pick. They need to get an advantage early on in this fight, and it would be a bonus if they get one of the ultimates out of their DPS without losing too much of their lives. Now Dragonwatch trying to go on a bit of a flank. They have the tire online. They're going to pop it right away. Tanby's able to find one, but Dragonwatch again with another tire is able to get 3 back. Self-destruct over the top finds 1, but that could be too little, too late. 3 minutes left on the 3 seconds left on the clock, and now overtime has ticked down. Dragonwatch still getting the eliminations with the Junkrat, and overtime burns away, and that does it. We are going to see a draw. Nobody on either side could get a tick.
That's incredible. As McMeme says in the chat, Anubis moment. This came down to Dragonwatch. We're going to watch one of their 2 absolutely disgusting tires. You can see just... Oh, yeah, here we go. So they sneak it through, and then through the window, which I don't think anybody saw coming. Probably looking forward to come up the stairs. I did not see that coming.
And Stratocaster right now getting in a quick workout, just doing some reps, got the bicep curls going, just trying to stay fit, stay ready for the next match. With that, we are going to have a 3-map affair. Obviously, because we had a draw, and we are going to be going on in this match. What scenes here on Anubis? Honestly, I can't remember the last time I drew the word, or I wrote the word draw in my notes. It's crazy. It's crazy.
I can't get over the bicep curls. Oh my god.
Physical fitness is very important.
Absolutely. Wow, that's it's been really nice having the player cameras. So far, that's been the best reason so far. I think that is the best argument for player cameras is definitely something like that, some actual flexing happening.
Yeah, I do like how, Overwatch League, you get the faces, and maybe every once in a while somebody has carbonated beverage, but you really get to see some of the personality of these players with the cams. We've seen some very interesting scene come out of those player cams, and I absolutely love it.
That's fantastic. We talked about it being close. Draw on Anubis close on, no points captured across the board. I didn't see that coming. I expected, it'll be 1-1. Kind of heading into this 3rd map was definitely in my head heading into it. This is incredible. We look great. As we said, these players working very hard to make the casters look good going into the 3rd map.
Speaking of heavy lifting, that's the heaviest of lifts is making us look good. And, I did just see, this looks like it is the first draw in BPL as well. So there you go. So it definitely does not happen very often. Both teams, it's just wild, but normally you see a draw on Anubis, and it's on the 2nd point, right? Both teams will take the 1st point twice, and
or
in
the
that
first 2,
overtime, the 2nd round, and then you end up with a draw on point B. But for both teams to get a full hold, I know it sucks that they both drew, like they're not going to be happy with the draw, but you got to give yourself a pat on the back. That's still a full hold.
Oh, I think if you're defending 2nd and you got full held, that's a win. Coming into the attack, Hayden needed that. I am curious to see what that momentum is going to carry, if it is going to carry Heartbreakers forward. As far as getting full held, that's rough. That feels really bad. So to come back and get a full hold on your defense, that's as good as a win. It's kept you in the game. This could be a big momentum swing here for Heartbreakers.
It could be. I mean, it's one of those things as a draw, right? It could go either way. It could be if the Hayden Overwatch team, even though they end up with a draw, they can still say, hey, we won the 1st map. We still got this going, and maybe they can pull it up. But either way, I mean, this 3rd map is going to be nothing but a banger. And with that, we are going to take a quick break before we get into map 3. So we will be right back.
Once again.
Hi, folks, and welcome back to BPL Playoffs Round 1. I'm Newbie here with Ageless as we're watching this match between Heartbreakers and Hayden Overwatch team, and we just saw the very rare draw on the Temple of Anubis, and it was wild scenes all around.
Yeah, you know, we talked about it before. A 3, not uncommon on Anubis, even 1-1, really. 0-0. Really impressive defense here from both teams. It really seemed like somebody was going to make it work. I really got to hand it to Dragon Watch on those rip tires.
Yeah.
Completely saved them.
Those rip tires just shut down entire pushes buttons. So obviously when you're getting 3 people, that's going to happen. So we are getting ready for our third map of the day. As you can see, it is 1-0 right now for the Hayden Overwatch team. And we are going to be headed to Havana for our next map.
This is kind of exciting. Havana, again, you can be running a bunch of different things on. You'll see sometimes people running bunker, trying to take that high ground and kind of hold it. A lot of rush. The long sightlines on this can really lend themselves well to either some long-range hit scan or, you know, some very mobile compositions. This is a map, though, that we do see these close holds. So, you know, seeing the May on the defending team where they will, you know, the first fight will happen just outside the spawn door, and you're really wondering, you know, which team can break out of their spawn first. We will often see teams use ultimates just to get out the door.
And we'll see if the members of the defense for Hayden Overwatch team want to do that, if they want to go for that close hold or if they want to back up a little bit and play a little bit further away, which they're just kind of sneaking through the right-hand side here. And it looks like they are going to play fairly close, maybe not right up to the spawn doors, but they're going to be not too far away.
I think they're going to go for the close hold here. I think Dragon Watch on the Pharah makes complete sense. You are kind of circumventing this close hold procedure that's coming out from the defending team. Definitely something that we've seen fairly common as Greedy gets a first pick here on McMean.
That is going to be important. Luckily, the one good thing if you're being stuck down here is you can just back up into the spawn. You have a little bit of extra healing. You obviously have that cover. As we can see, Dragon Watch going over the top, trying to see if they can get an elimination. Greedy on the Cassidy is able to get them low, but not take them quite out as they have Stratocaster there on the Mercy Pocket to keep them alive. Now the Pharah getting low once again, and Greeny's finally able to take them out this time. And with that, they get an accretion for their troubles, but they're able to back up with 17 HP and stay alive and keep this spawn hold going.
Yeah, this can be super rough here. Robbie does have the Earth Shatter amplification matrix available from Dux and Titan, though. Titan maybe looking to use this to get out of the spawn. Dragon Watch moves over to the Hanzo.
First amp matrix come out is the way of Dux. Titan follows it up with one of their own very way. We'll see if it's a get out of jail 3-card. Nice Sig Shield coming up to block that shatter that came through. Jace with a nice play on the Sigma. And now throwing down the Flux and getting 2. Jace is putting everyone on their back and saying, come out of spawn, follow me. Bomb over into the top. Gurgo is able to take down Dragon Watch. but you gotta think this payload has to get going soon here. A Blizzard comes out late, and Gurgler and Greeny are back into the kill feed. Greeny popping off on this Cassidy, and they will break out of the spawn hold, but the payload has not moved very far as of yet.
No. Oh boy. Yeah, they're still getting this hold, so they've eaten half the time bank of this first point off immediately. Frankly, incredible hold, and they're investing in the ults here, really setting the tone for how this is going. They are going to put everything into holding it back.
Soundberry and Deadeye were both expended there. Maywall comes up, but that does not save Greeny's life as they get taken down. Tanakby is going to back up with Ducks, and it looks like finally Hayden Overwatch team is going to disengage on the defense, and the Heartbreakers are going to start being able to create that space.
This is like 2 free fights, though. You know, the payload is just making it to this first corner. A ton of ultimates have expended. As we talked about earlier, you're using a ton of ultimates just to get out the door.
McMeme is back. They do have a Riptire online. The DPS lens is coming online right now for Heartbreakers, and they are not shy of using them. Dragon Watch shows out the Dragon Strike right away, and that claims Hayden's life. However, Greeny's able to trade one back, get rid of McMeme. So that Riptire is gone and not able to be used. Slam coming out from Robbie is able to put Lettuce up on top of the Maywall, and they are able to finish them off. So Hayden Overwatch team looks like they might actually stabilize here on the point, and they will with Tanakby getting that late pick onto Jace. And now there's only a minute left. Heartbreakers are in tough once again.
Some big ultimates coming up here, though. Jace found so much value in that first Gravitic Flux, and they do have it available again. Stratocaster ready to get on the defense, and they're going to need this beat. The Gurgler does have the Diva Bomb available, as well as the Blizzard.
Flux and self-destruct coming out from each side, and Gurgler's able to get 2 with the self-destruct. Even though McMee was able to find one with the tire, it's not nearly enough. Robbie getting into the back with the charge, getting rid of Lettuce, and Hayden finishes off McMee. 25 seconds left to go, and this will be the last push for Heartbreakers, and they only have that sound barrier at their disposal.
Oh boy, the Shatter just came online for Lettuce. Titan is going to be coming up to the window. Someone's going to need to touch, though. If they can touch and they can start this fight off, they do have some pieces available.
Huge slam from Lettuce going in, getting people down in the back line, tries to charge into the back. They finally go down. Gurgler is able to punish them, but the advantage is right now with Heartbreakers. They're pushing forward. Oh, Shatter comes out, and then Robbie goes down, so really not getting a lot of use out of that ultimate. Dragon Watch still has the Dragons online, trying to make sure they can watch those people coming in to recontest here, as it looks like they just want to keep holding this payload, waiting for some more players to get back. You got to think Heartbreaker's going to push this one in, get that first point, get an extension in the time bank, and keep this map going.
This is big. Dragon Watch uses the Dragon Strike towards the end, maybe thinking that the defenders were a little bit closer than they were. It seemed like they had fully just given up the point at that time. So, you know, 2:14 on the clock. This is going to be a tough defense, or a tough offense.
Honestly, not the first time the Heartbreakers have almost looked out of it, but they keep coming back and clutching up just at the last moment. Now Green's able to get rid of a mech with the Deadeye, not much more. Pushing over onto the side, and they finish off Dragon Watch. So the defense right back in on it here. And now with that, you see Lettuce getting very low and taken down by Robbie, and Greedy gets 2 more. That is going to be Hayden Overwatch team cleaning up and holding on, and this is going to be a tough place for the members of Heartbreak to get in and egress through right now, as they just have to come through one of these doors, and Hayden Overwatch team is going to be ready for them.
Yeah, some big pieces online. Both support ultimates, both tank ultimates almost online, and this Blizzard. This Blizzard could completely cut their time in half, or probably just get used pretty aggressively.
That was a nice bomb coming out from the back from Gurgler. A very interesting angle. It wasn't able to take anything down, but does burn a lot of utility out for Heartbreakers right now, as they have to back up. Dux is able to finish off Dragon Watch. And once again, this payload is completely immobile, and it's almost like you have to crank to get it started now. It's just not moving as quickly as it normally does.
Yeah, this is a little rough. You know, both DPS ults are available technically with that Blizzard. This is really going to be what they're playing against, but boy, this is tough to be going into with almost 5 ultimates available.
We'll see if Dragon Watch's ultimate can do anything at the start of this fight, trying to make the members of Hayden Overwatch team back up. Tanakby does have a Blizzard online, which could be devastating for the attackers. Once again, self-destruct from Jace is able to take down Hayden. That is extremely important right now, especially now that McMeem is getting in on the kill feed. Once again, Heartbreakers pushing forward with only 15 seconds remaining on the clock. This has to be another fight when they have to get the payload all the way back to the end of checkpoint B for another time bank extension. And so far it looks like they are doing that. And once again, they're basically the Heartbreak kids down to the wire. They just come back.
Yeah, Stratocaster doing their best wins impression, standing payload as Lucio, as the rest of their team has moved up to a pretty aggressive point. This is such a nice play, though, from Hayden.
Jace almost got that eat on the Blizzard, but it wasn't quite there. And now this will be the fight to decide it all. They keep going. And now the shatter comes out from Robbie, but they get frozen up. But the follow-up is there for the members of Hayden Overwatch team. They're getting onto the point. Hayden's able to finish off Dragon Walk. And now on the point, Greedy takes down the Diva mech, and that looks like it's just about going to do it. A celebratory Deadeye almost. They didn't really need it, but it doesn't hurt. Round 1 is finally done. So Heartbreakers able to make some progress with the payload, but Hayden Overwatch team has set themselves up with a very attainable win condition here.
Yeah, this is super winnable. It really is going to come down to, honestly, this first hold. I'm expecting another close hold to be used. We saw 2.5 minutes eaten off the clock just to get out the door. So it's going to have to be a comparable defense to make it close.
If Hayden Overwatch team on this attack can break through that levy right away, they are going to be fully in control of how this match is going to end. And it's going to be tough for Heartbreakers to repeat what Hayden Overwatch team did on their defense, because it was just a really good job of using those ultimates as abilities when as needed to be able to stay that close to spawn as long as they did.
Yeah, they were really good about preserving that ult economy, not giving too much away, not investing too much. They ate a ton of time off and were fully prepared to be coming into that next fight, onto that first corner, and then again leading into point B, like fully prepared to win that next fight.
And we can see once again that close hold is the only option right now for Heartbreakers, as they are going to try and emulate the defense that came out from Hayden Overwatch team. We can see that Hayden Overwatch team is sticking with the Mei, which makes total sense because Tanakby has looked like an absolute boss on that hero so far. Duck's doing a lot of healing in the backline. The Reinhardt getting very low, but Wabi's able to back up. The Immortality Field wasn't enough to save them. A nice Icicle came out from McMean, and now it is Hayden Overwatch's team's turn back to go back to spawn and start this over. So far, so good for Heartbreakers.
Yeah, looking really nice here. You can see everyone building up to these ultimates fairly quickly. Gerald has moved over to the Diva there. We are getting a pause. Looking right now like Titan is ready with this amplification matrix first. We'll probably see that used basically on cooldown.
And right now there is the Ant Matrix online. The Maywall is coming out from Tanakby, so they're going to wait for that to end. Dragon Watch once again over the top with the Pharah pouring down damage, and they're able to finish off Tanakby with the help of Lettuce. However, Robbie and Gurgler are able to come back to the tank line, doing a lot of work right now. And there's a big eat coming up from Gurgler. Gurgler's doing it all, and now the barrage comes up over the top from Dragon Watch. It's able to claim one. Stratocaster uses that extra room to get a resurrection onto Robbie, and with that, the members of Heartbreakers are right back into this fight, and they're going to hold on. And once again, this spawn hold is doing wonders for the defense.
So they have lost a couple players here. This is going to be really important for them if they're going to be able to get back to make this defense here. We do have a pause coming through here. This one seems to be real. First one was a little bit of a faint pause.
Yeah, this one will take a moment longer to sort out. And with that, like I just kind of mentioned it, like this spawn hold that these teams are doing, normally it might work for a fight or a little bit, but these spawn holds have been instrumental in the defense just locking down the offense in that spawn room, and they just can't get any room to get going.
Yeah, usually you'll see like one. You know, you'll get one fight out of it, something like that. This is lasting like 2, 3 full fights. So just you know, talented players obviously on both sides here. They've played Havana before. They've played this exact defense before, and they're reaping the fruits of all that labor in ranked as they go into it.
Exactly, and once again, like, Heartbreakers looked like, you know, if Hayden Overwatch team come out and they get a good attack going, like, they got this in the bag. They don't even have to take it to the end of the second point. And when Heartbreakers looks like they're out of it, they just step up, and now they're looking like they might actually get a better hold. Thankfully, it's almost impossible for there to be a draw here on Havana, so we are most likely going to see a team take it. And with the way this defense has started for Heartbreakers, it looks like they could be the ones to get the W here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different look, starting out with the Cassidy on the initial round versus Heartbreakers are going to be running this Pharah on the defense. So this is really interesting. Usually you'll see teams use that Pharah to break out of the spawn. It's a little bit harder to trap that Pharah when they're able to stay in the air. They're kind of able to keep that kind of spam damage going without really worrying about the Maywalls, which are kind of the instrumental piece of keeping a team in the spawn for that long. It buys you, you know, that extra few seconds. It gives the Reinhardts a little bit more time to rebuild their shields, things like that, and you can kind of force teams to go out through specific exits. Pairing it with the Pharah, I find really interesting. The Pharah. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say that Pharah really paid dividends. That looked like Heartbreakers were losing that fight, and Dragon Watch hit a huge barrage and bought a lot of time. Having said that, it looks like Heartbreakers had to back up a little bit. Shatter comes out there from Robbie, and that's going to be answered from Shatter from both sides. So both fighters using their ultimates. Tanaki is the only one who's going to claim the life of a Reinhardt. And now with Ducks getting an elimination, Hayden Overwatch team is on the front foot and going forward. Stratocaster is able to get a resurrection onto Lettuce once again. McGreedy is going to make that short-lived. Get rid of the Reinhardt, and then Tanaki helps out and gets rid of the Mercy as well. That's another 2 eliminations. And now finally, Hayden Overwatch team is on the go, and they still have 1:45 in the bank, so a little bit ahead on time. And this is where Hayden Overwatch team really want to pick up steam if they want to get this first point and try and close out this match.
What's big here is there's basically nothing. Here comes a Blizzard Bomb.
What a bomb over the top from Gurgler. Was able to glance off the wall, get behind that Maywall, and claim a victim. However, Dragon Watch at the time was able to kill the Pilot Diva, so they weren't able to remake the payload, getting very close to the end. So the contesters have to come in now for Heartbreakers. Deadeye comes out from Greeny. That finds 2, and they were able to get the Pilot Diva as well. Dragon Watch trades that back, gets rid of Cassidy, but too little, too late. The point is going to be captured once the members of the Hayden Overwatch team get through and get this point capped. They just have to do with the people left contesting. Robbie solo shatters Lettuce. That's going to hurt. McMeme next to fall. Payload gets through. 3:23 left in the time bank to not even get to the next checkpoint.
So coming up to these 3 minutes here, you know, the Shatter, while awesome, maybe a little concerning here as you get back up to it here, as Lettuce is going to have 1 available for the next fight. Oh boy, Robbie gets trapped. What a nice dragon placement there from Dragon Watch. Gets 2.
Perfect play by Dragon Watch. They get the 2. McMeme follows that up. That is going to be get out now for Hayden Overwatch team. They don't want to stay in this fight down this many members. And a nice kill on the Greeny late. That's going to be a bit of a stagger with Hayden falling as well. So Diva Mech trying to get out of this fight. Gurgler has enough health and a little bit of armor. They're going to make it. But now it's up to Hayden Overwatch team, and we can see Heartbreakers struggle getting in back onto this distillery area, getting through these doors. And maybe they have a bit of a different strategy than Heartbreakers did in their attack. However, they are going to be met with this Blizzard coming up from Heartbreakers right away. And Lettuce in the back throws down a Shatter of their own. They finish off Robbie. That's going to be a quick fight. These Reinhardts are out for each other's blood right now.
Yeah, I think that's 2 solo Shatters on the opposing Reinhardt there. So nice stabilization. They did use a lot to get that, though.
And we'll see if that comebacks to haunt them later on. Once again, Hayden Overwatch team coming through this door, seeing if they can get it. They have to deal with the members of Heartbreakers being on the high ground as well. Now Greeny has a Deadeye out, going maybe for a little bit of a off angle, but decides to go with the safety of their team. Gets hit by a lot of shots coming up from McMeem and Titan, and they are out of the fight. Once again, the defenders holding strong. They're holding serve right now, and they've burned the time bank in half. And Hayden Overwatch team has once again lost that momentum, and this could still go either way.
Oh boy, yeah. So Hayden is coming up to another one of these beats, and the bomb is available from the Gurgler. Stratocaster mirrored on the other side. However, Dragon Watch coming up to the man. Everyone's just has their namesake available here. Dragon Watch has the dragon ready to go. McMeem with a blizzard. Gurglers are gonna need to be right on top of this.
Oh, that bomb over the top was able to catch out Stratocaster. Now with Greedy getting a kill their own, this is the advantage that Hayden wanted, but unfortunately Dragon Watch comes back in and gets a kill of their own, but it's not enough to stem the tide. Gurgler getting forward with Robbie, and they get a couple kills. Letters able to trade one back, but they have to back up and disengage so they can hope to contest one more time before this payload gets in the golden box of victory. This could be it right here for this match.
This is such a nice disengage from Lettuce. You know, every fiber of your being wants to make this, you know, charge right in there. So really nice patience there, but they get
Huge
shattered.
shatter. Huge shatter by Robbie coming in. The members of Heartbreakers were throwing down their ultimates. They have to do it, but it might not be enough. This could be it. This could punch Hayden Overwatch team's ticket to the next round. Deda coming out in the back line from Greedy is able to claim one, and Gurgler finishes off Jace. The payload getting so very close there, and they have to get rid of McNeem's Bay, who's the only one left contesting. And with that, Hayden Overwatch team is going to do it. They're going to take the match 2-0 and move on in the upper bracket of the playoffs and relegate Heartbreakers to the lower bracket.
What an incredible game here, as we do see Jace is going to finish things off here from Heartbreakers. This is a great flux. This is really what brought them out of the spawn. Unfortunately, just not enough.
And with that, the Gurgler said in the chat, hashtag get gurgled, and for some reason that just kind of bothers me on like a visceral level. I don't know why. But with that, what plays by Hayden Overwatch team, they're able to pull it out. The lower seed of the two teams wins 2-0. Yes, there was a draw in there, but they're still technically unbeaten in this match.
Yeah, no losses, we'll say.
Yeah.
We'll say no losses. Have yet to lose a match in the playoffs is what you should put on your resume there.
That's something you can definitely print, frame, put in your wall, and just enjoy it. But obviously, Hayden Overwatch team is going to have a lot further to go in this upper bracket. But with Heartbreakers getting upset, that means at the very least they could make some noise on the lower end.
Absolutely. You know, we talked about Nitemare not being a pushover in that lower bracket. You know, Heartbreakers looked so strong there. As you said, was a 2-0. There is the draw, you know, the initial maps being so close. I wouldn't bet against Heartbreakers making a really serious run through this bracket. As you can see that they are up against Nitemare next.
And with that, I just like we saw such a great play coming out from Heartbreakers, and it's got to break their hearts to go down in this first match of the playoffs. But you got to tip your cap to Hayden Overwatch team. They were the lower seed. They were able to win the first map, and even though they got held in order to have that draw happen on Temple of Anubis, they pulled it back together and they were able to push through and get the W.
Yeah, if I'm Atomic heading against Hayden Overwatch team into this round 2, I'm going to Anubis.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a very strong pick going forward. I mean, that's just craziness. I know we've touched on it already, but a 0-0 draw is absolutely wild.
Yeah, that was unreal. And then, you know, really nicely played on Havana. Both teams, you know, some really strong forward, which are not the easiest things to pull off. All it takes is, you know, one person overextending just like a meter, and you've lost them. And it's a long walk from spawn as the defenders. You need everyone to be playing so perfectly to be able to hold on for, you know, that minute and a half, 2 minutes that both teams managed to pull off tonight.
Yeah, and with that, we are going to be joined by Tanic B from Hayden Overwatch team as well. How's it going? Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you. Yeah, it's doing great. We practiced after taking the week off, and we did good. We kind of got bogged. We kind of boomed ourselves in scrims before, but we bounced back and we beat Heartbreakers, which is good.
It was awesome. You guys were technically the underdog. So with that, like, what do you feel put your team over the top today to take that win as the lower ranked team?
I felt like we were the better team on every single role, and like even when we last played them, we had Dux on DPS, which Dux is the best player in the world. Don't at me, but Dux DPS is not the best in the world. So we barely lost to them too. So like we knew when we faced them again, we would just beat them in the mirror and whatever they tried.
Yeah, no, it worked for you today, and I'm not going to argue about what you said about Ducks. They looked phenomenal on the BAP today.
Oh yeah,
some great plays coming out from the support line. So going forward into the next round of the upper bracket, what are your plans to take down the next team you see?
I think we're facing Atomic. We have some strats. Recurve's cooking something up.
Yeah,
that's all I can say.
That's good to hear. You don't want to give too much away. You don't want to pull back the curtain. Obviously, you got some strats in the bag. Aegis, do you have any questions for Tanic B while we got them here?
I just want to address this 0-0 draw on a new. Talked about it on the cast. I would love to hear your perspective on how that went. It obviously seemed like a complete turning point. Like, is the ground shaking underneath everyone's feet? How did that feel after a 0-0 draw?
We felt like, okay, we just beat ourselves. We should have just swapped, we should have just swapped this comp. We swapped too late to the wrong comp. We talked about it. We were like, it's whatever. It's 0-0. Literally, we just win the next map. That's all we got to do. We weren't worried at all. It didn't phase us much.
That's perfect. You love to hear it. And with that, once again, congratulations on your win today. And we look forward to seeing you later on in this playoffs. And
Thank
speaking,
you. Can I say?
Sorry, go.
Yeah,
if you got anything to say, now's the time.
Okay, I got one last thing to say. GG stands for Get Gurgled.
Yeah, I did mention that. That's quite the saying there. So I'm never gonna forget that. I promise you.
Gurgle is the goat. Never forget.
Absolutely. So with that, congratulations to Hayden Overwatch team who will be moving on in the BPL playoffs round 1 for the B League, and we still have another match coming up, so stick around. We have Goliath and 7-Piece coming up in a bit, so don't go anywhere.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Get a discounted rate on the world's largest premium VPN service with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Head to expressvpn.com/BPL and help support our shows.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the playoffs. Here, we got the last match of the day, first day of playoffs. It's gonna be me, Westcast, joined here by the amazing Megalast, and what a game we have to end the day. It's gonna be Goliath and 6-piece. It's about like the battle of the middle, it seems.
Yeah, both these teams coming in 4-3. I think part of that middle of the pack, as you said, where everybody's kind of chilling, but I mean, this truly is going to be anybody's game to win. The last time these two teams went face-to-face, it was that 2-1 in favor of Goliath, but it was close at the end of the day. So, honestly, your money can go any which way because both these teams, I think they're fighting hard, and they definitely want to stay up in this upper bracket.
Yeah, and if I think we're going by the bookies, and I'm going to say the bookies are the people betting their channel points here, I think a lot of them are going to be going for that Goliath pick more so than anything else, because I think they have had some good upsets. A lot of people have a lot of faith in Spooky to be the main tank and kind of the main focal point of this team in terms of getting those wins down in the column. So I think a lot of people have faith in Goliath, where 7-piece have kind of had a very mixed season so far. It has been on and off for them, but they have a solid roster, and I think they are hoping to at least take this first win in the playoffs and keep it moving.
I mean, yeah, pretty much sums it up, right? I feel like 7-piece is definitely a team that plays with their emotions, their hearts on their sleeves, if you will. And, I mean, looking at somebody, the captain of 7-piece, Chicken Nugget God, that's pretty much the definition of him as a player. He will play with it all out on the line 24/7, and I feel like he's definitely going to have to be the difference maker. He's going to have to come in confident, not be intimidated by Spooky on the other side. If 7-piece wants to forge their path to victory here. And yeah, it's just going to be a phenomenal match regardless of who wins it, and I'm just really excited for it.
Yeah, and I don't know if we know what the first map is. Obviously, the teams would have submitted an hour before. It's going to be Ilios. I think the first one of the night. Obviously, we've had that two Oasis and a Busan before this, so it's going to be our first Ilios of the B-League playoffs to get a look, and definitely one of the more, I would definitely say, mixed ones in terms of a lot of people really love it and a lot of people really hate it, myself included.
Yeah, but I feel like Ilios, it kind of opens itself up to how flexible are you. It really is one of those maps that can put you to the test because you're not going to find a lot of success if you're running the same exact composition across all 3 points. If we're going to Ruins, a lot of people like to think of, Widow duels on that map, but it's kind of changed over time to kind of Sombras fighting over mega health packs as well as kind of dive versus Ryan stuff there. But if we're looking over to Well, of course, that's always been Boob Central, always has been, always will be. You get your hog hooks, your Orisa pulls, your Lucios going for it. And then, if need be, potentially we could even start on the Lighthouse, which has its own sort of meta, right? You get the Symmetras that could teleport to point. A lot of Sky heroes, including the Pharah and the Echo, like to call that point home. So it really is one of those maps where you're going to have to stay on your toes, you're going to have to adjust to your opponent, and you're going to have to adjust quickly because before you know it, that 100% will be there.
Yeah, it should be quite the battle on Control. And obviously, if you're just joining us, it is late, I know, so maybe you don't have as many people rolling in, but maybe scrims just ended. If you are one of those teams that does scrim on a Friday, maybe scrims are ending, you're wandering in here and you're like, what's kind of going on here? Well, B-League Playoffs is going to be first to 2 until the last 2 matches, which is going to be, I believe, that losers finals and then grand finals, obviously. And until then, it's first to 2. Our map order is going to be Control into Assault or 2CP, and then into Escort. After that, I don't quite remember or recall what the map after that Escort is. If we do go to that, almost had a map for last game. Would have been our first of the season, as it was our first tie of the season. So quite interesting there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just kind of been a full night of rolling, and this is going to be some more rolling. Honestly, it's super late, so a lot of people are like, oh, we should just win and get this over with. I'm here for the 4-map series. Draw every single opportunity, force everything to 99. Like, let's just, if you're going to leave it on the field, leave it on the field. Like, it's what the spirit of competition is always about. And yeah, so we are just showing off Ilios here. Obviously, one thing we didn't really talk about is just it really is a gorgeous map. You know, you got a lot of white, pristine buildings and just kind of natural sunlight coming in. It's really is gorgeous.
Yeah, and we'll be seeing what heroes will populate this gorgeous map. And for right now, it's looking to be quite the different styles coming out for both of these teams. One side, Goliath, going to opt in for that ball composition with that flying character, like you said, does often pop up on this map, but it's going to be the Pharah this time. And 7Piece, quite the opposite. No mobility, really, all in on that bunkery playstyle, and which one will come on top, we'll see in just a moment. But Megalas, I mean, what do you kind of think about these two compositions? Which one has the advantage going in?
I mean, Goliath, I feel like they know what they want to do when they're running a comp like this. It's going to be a lot of damage very quickly, and they're going to initiate these dives fast. And the answer is going to be Beancan on this D.Va, trying their best to shut down this Pharah before it can really do anything. And, ooh, the Orisa nearly falls in there.
In they go, the ball going to be diving in. Chamoran's actually the first casualty, despite being the aggressor in the situation. They're the first to lose their lives as the boop almost finds the target, but that's Beancan, the one character that can make themselves way back up that well. Unfortunate who was the victim of that concussion blast. Now Brightside has met their death from their equal as the rockets are raining in so much damage on the backline. But the point is ticking up right now for 7Piece. They're in a good position if they're going to hold out and survive the onslaught. But their D.Va mech does not, and the barrage is online. They're looking for it. There's no Matrix, but the stun could be huge. It doesn't stop Cartoon from losing their life, though, but it does stop the bleeding, stem it. It cauterizes the wound for now as Chamoran's looking for more, looking to open it back up, and the tanks on the side of Goliath are going to feel the wrap of this window.
Having
technical difficulties.
You know, it wouldn't be...
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Just a tech pause. We're in LA, baby. We get right back into this here. And the bunker in this corner is proving to be quite effective. The flash as well. Taking Chamoran out of this fight, and Bondendo is just doing it all right now. But Optical Crash will not be silenced. The Rez putting them back on the podium to speak their mind. And they are doing it in full force, but it's 2 versus 4 right now. And they're gonna barrage straight in. The flash doesn't connect, and that results in them living for just too long. But the High Noon will secure the kill. I don't believe that Rez is back off cooldown, but if it is, it could result in disaster here for 7-piece, but no. They'll simply have to back up, and Spooky on that Wrecking Ball trying to get something done. They have to wait till their carry, and Optical is back. This team right now is living or dying by this Pharah. The bomb could be huge, but with that Orisa, it could stop everything, but the slam is massive, but no! They get behind cover. They manage to find a way to keep their heads safe. And now it looks dire for Goliath.
Yeah, Goliath just kind of on their last two legs here, looking for just stall touches from their D.Va. As I say that, though, you know, Edenhall is rezzed up back into the fight, but yeah, your main source of damage is down. Your D.Va is no longer able to touch. 7-piece just with the composition diff, and, you know, I was talking about it before the series began, just kind of, you got to be willing.
Welcome back, everyone. Unfortunate, sorry for those technical issues. British internet isn't what it used to be. And, I mean, at least you guys got to look at that beautiful break screen and all that. Like, that nighttime is really good looking.
I mean, yeah, it truly is gorgeous, but what's more gorgeous is the fact that we can see the Ilios again. And what isn't gorgeous is this Symmetra TP, because it's spelling disaster for Goliath, because now you have to try to walk into this, and... Oh, but actually, they get the pick on Skye to start this one off.
-2 main tanks in this fight. Both of them are just gone, and Cartoon is gonna have to do some holding on this point. They're gonna be aided by their Symmetra turrets. Anyone that tries to come in here is gonna get harassed by slowing beams of death, the microwave doing its work. And right now, it's actually gonna be Brightside getting in past them, but they're gonna get pooped off! They're gonna get taken out by Chicken on the Lucio. They use the boosters to get in. They have nothing once they're on that coastal area, and it's not looking good for Goliath. Skye is back in the fight, and Spooky's almost dead as well. They just have no ability to get inside this point anymore.
No, they're gonna need some picks, but unfortunately with Spooky heading off the map there, it looks like Goliath is going to need a quick reset before they attack this one again. And now you're seeing this aggressive teleport from 7-piece. I mean, I love it because they're trying to get these staggered picks, or at the very least, they can just assume control of this high ground for now. But they're actually seemingly just giving it up, just went straight back to point already. It's just waiting for Goliath to roll on in.
Looking for this pulse bomb, looking for something to break the way into the point. That's not gonna do it. But Optical Crash finding the kill onto Cartoon just might do so. And now it has the copy. He so vacuums the Lucio straight in. And Skye is unaware, doesn't realize how fast it does charge up. That ultimate in the shadow comes down, and Optical makes their way onto the point and leads the charge for his team.
Leads the charge literally with that pin onto the Lucio there. And just kind of the power of that duplicate, right? You're able to just go straight in, add another tank to the battle. And unfortunately, you're not going to have that one online for quite a bit. It does take a moment to build, even with the damage boosting Mercy that Squall is providing. But we're seeing a quick TP from 7-Piece as they're using the Deadeye to zone.
Exactly how you want to see that used. Take out the flyers with the bomb over the top. Chicken was unawares that it was going to come in through that angle, through the chimney. And it wasn't Santa this time. It was actually a nuclear explosive, but it doesn't matter. Even with Chicken gone, they still managed to clean up this point. Their brawling potential far outweighs that of Goliath.
Yes, indeed, and they pretty much traded Deadeye there for the point, and now they're going to be able to close in towards this final fight on the side of 7-Piece with some ults to spare. They're going to have the amplification matrix from Sly, as well as the Symmetra wall, just absolutely making it so Goliath is going to have a nightmare of a time trying to get into this point and try to find a single pick to start this one off, because they need the pick here and now.
Not something you normally see. The rush composition being aggressive out of the point. Usually you want to kind of hide in there, but they decide no! 7-Piece has a plan, has a strat against these flyers. They are not going to sit there and let you burn them down. They're going to go straight for your face with that TP, and that they do. Take the first map in quite aggressive fashion, ending it quickly. And I don't think many people could have expected this going in.
I certainly did not expect this dominant of an outpouring here from the side of 7-Piece. I mean, this is just the play of the game you're seeing from the one fight that Goliath won. I mean, I think the entirety of both rounds here is the one fight they won. They got to 33%, and that was all they ever got. That's one of those things where you got to go back to the drawing board. You stuck on that dive composition for way too long into the counter dive, so you have to figure out if you're going to continue to run this dive comp. What are your counters? What are your play? Is you're going to try to dive the supports or something like that? You need to have a game plan. Otherwise, Goliath is looking to speed run their way to the lower bracket.
Yeah, definitely looking to speedrun that. I mean, so far today, every match has been 2-0. Obviously, the third match, not a true 2-0. There was that draw on Anubis, so delayed 2-0. Wasn't quite a quick one, but the first two were quite dominant from both those teams of Redwood and Atomic. So maybe 7-Piece looking to make a statement here as that lower seeded team to come in and kind of take Goliath down a peg and kind of humble them a bit.
Yeah, and it just kind of comes down to, you know, potentially 7-Piece prepped this a lot more than Goliath. Maybe Goliath had a little bit of confidence going into this one. Just believing, oh, we rolled them before, we can beat them again. Not really worried all too much about it. And unfortunately, you can't rest on your laurels like that, especially with a team like 7-Piece. I said it before, I'll say it again. They play with their emotions, they're hard on their sleeve, and if they truly believe it's winnable on the day, they will be the best team in the league. And it's just how it is. So, I really just I'm starting to worry for Goliath and what they potentially plan, because now they get map choice of our assault maps. So, could be going Hanamura, Volskaya, or Temple of Anubis. I mean, in terms of the dive comp they're wanting to run, I guess their best option would be Volskaya? Would you agree, Worst?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could be. They have their choice of anything. And for you at home, you also guys have a choice this upcoming holiday. You guys can choose to upgrade your wardrobe, as you can't quite see it, so it'll cut off in my top left. It's BPL merch.solomon.gg. You guys can pick up some amazing merch here from Season 2 BPL. I mean, Alpine's merch looks impeccable, along with fairly others. The Sharks obviously look very good, Catboy Crew as well. But that's definitely a place to start looking for if you want to upgrade that wardrobe this upcoming Christmas. Definitely a lot of stuff to pick up for yourselves there. So go head over there, go check it out. And yeah, excellent merch in the chat if you do want to pick that up. But again, back to the match, like Volskaya, good.
Volskaya would be good. But it seems as though Hanamura is actually going to be our choice of map here, and I'm curious to see what Goliath is going to do with this. If they're going to continue to run this dive, I'm very worried for point B. Granted, it's one of those things where you could just hold point A on this dive, depending if you're able to start defense or offense, but point B, it doesn't really work all that well. You might be able to do something with an Echo poking up on high ground, but the second 7-Piece runs through the door, whether it be on the high ground or just coming in main, they're going to be in, and I don't know what your Echo is exactly going to do. Of course, we are looking at some substitutions. Chicken taking himself out of the picture, it seems, to go ahead and get the Italian mob in. I mean, it's one of those things where I wouldn't exactly reach for a sub like this, but at the same time, you know, you got your players, you believe in them, I can respect it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely you kind of, yeah, obviously with how BPL works, you got to make those changes, you got to get those people in, get those rotations going. And if Chicken is confident with this lineup, obviously they've been scrimming. I've seen their scrims with my work with Hayden Overwatch team. I've definitely seen the scrims from the other perspective. They do have a variety of lineups they can run, and that they are going to be able to run. And on Nitemare, this is what they do prefer. I mean, Mega, what do you kind of expect coming out from both these teams in terms of, like, obviously looking at it now, but like Rush, I was going to say, do you think they will just go pure Rush, or do you will see like fair comps?
Well, I'm hoping to see more of that Rush, or at least Spooky on the Reinhardt, right? This is one of Spooky's best heroes, even with, you know, considerably less resources. We've seen Spooky do some amazing things on this hero, and I mean, you're now seeing Goliath kind of stuck in this weird hybrid for their defense here, so they're going to have the Symmetra to be able to kind of make them a little bit more mobile since they lack the Lucio in their support line. And it's just kind of a variation of double shield at that point, right? You just kind of teleport from potentially the choke to point or to a high ground, depending on what positions you want to take on the defense. And then you're going to have Optical Crash with Eden Hall just poking down any and everything that 7-Piece wants to throw at him. Meanwhile, 7-Piece, tried and true, you put your Rhine shield up, you TP to point, and you see what happens.
One over top left. Bordando finds the first pick onto the Mercy. That's going to really prohibit Optical Crash from finding the max amount of value he can, and Spooky going down as well does not bode well right now for Goliath. I mean, that's one of the quickest first points you can get right there. Instantly TP top left, take 3 picks, and you're in. And it looks like Goliath wants no part of this kind of hybrid rush into this rush comp right now.
And what's crazy is Goliath is dealing damage. You're seeing Sly build his amplification matrix because of the amount of healing that's coming out, but they're just not getting the damage concise enough to follow up on a pick here. And now you're going to see 7-Piece, they're going to come in aggressively. The window's already out. That Sigma shield is gone. It's looking dire already for Goliath.
Yeah, not looking good. Spooky, though, trading out with Cartoon. That's good. Trading here on the defense is exactly what you need, while as Echo pesters from above with the Shatter. Anyone that touches this point from the ground is going to find a very hard floor waiting for them as they get sent to it forcefully. I don't even know if they can touch, but they do just in time. The Stride just going to charging in, looking for something here for Spooky, and now the Shatter comes out, but straight into the shield there. Spooky sniffing it out and denying it. There's a fake bomb onto point. We can see possibly another one. There's the crunch as well as something to look out for. Guys on the back foot, and this is a 2 CP moment I've ever seen when they stall long enough to get ult online, and that's the fight done and dusted there for 7-Piece. Optical is kind of the win condition so far with this composition.
I was worried that we were about to see a speed run set like no other, and they hold it off at the very last second, 98.9%, and we finally get the hold going. But now Goliath, they have just this humongous uphill battle ahead of them. They cannot let a tick fly for even a second. They have to be on point at all times, which means they're going to have to be on the Symmetra now to teleport Spooky around. And Spooky, this Shatter is pretty much going to have to be your win condition coming into the next fight with the B and the amplification matrix online for 7-Piece.
Yeah, Spooky is going to be using that shield. Get that third person look for the Shatter. The quick rotate to the right is going to be aided by that window. Launch the bomb for space. Can Brightside do it? Yep, has the bubble for it. Is going to live. Now it's time for Sky. But they're going to jump onto the... I just spilled my spaghetti everywhere. Onto the balcony. Drop the Shatter and the pin to follow up. And Spooky does a much better job of cleaning this up as quickly as possible than I did with my words right there. But that'll be the fight over in 4 minutes now ticking.
Yes, indeed, and it was a phenomenal trade as well, right? You were able to get the amplification matrix as well as the Diva Bomb out from Beacon, and on the side of Goliath, Spooky just coming up with that hero play. And again, you know, like I said, this man is known for the Reinhardt for a reason. It's an absolute pocket character for him. It's just one of those things that baffles me as to why we weren't running it sooner, but unfortunately the past is the past. and you got to be looking forward now into this next fight. And what's going to be your win condition? It looks like it's going to have to be playing passive, hoping Optical gets this Echo duplicate online, and you just dupe somebody and get kills, as Echo does.
Biggest advantage here is that beat. So much HP given to your entire team potentially. They're gonna TP straight on top, try to deny it, try to set up this high noon. That they do. They're gonna find the Mercy. Optical Crash once again neutered in the damage department. Doesn't have that maximum amount of damage they can find. And the beat as well to prevent any damage that could be coming out. They can't even get a shatter off there from the copy. Even with that extra ult charge, they get melted too fast in 3 minutes of respectable time. But 7piece was left wanting more. They could have had much more if not for that quite exceptional stall.
You know, I know we're supposed to be a little bit unbiased here, but this is just my sickened curiosity at this point. Do we know at all, or potentially approximation of the fastest match in BPL? Because I have a feeling we might be rolling towards a new record here, because this has been, you know, maybe a few finally defensive fights there for Goliath, but in the end, you still have a 3-minute time bank here on Hanamura. That's just absolutely impeccable. And of course Goliath on the other side, they now have to try to match to some degree in order to keep their dreams alive in this series.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest, I just looked over the chat for a second and I just see complete violence going on over there. I don't know what prompted that. I don't know what prompted this at all, but you know, apparently FU Jace. I can't say the whole thing because now that we're partnered, I gotta be a little bit more Twitch friendly, you know? And of course, now that we're partnered, of course, your subs and all of your primes, they do give a lot more to the community and to the potentially staff members they could get paid for the amazing work. I know Mark, you guys probably know him, amazing observer, but he needs money.
Actually BP gets all of the money. It goes into the
Sorry,
NFT
BP gets all of the money. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it goes into the NFT collection. But what isn't gonna collect NFTs is this interesting little defense we're seeing come out from the side of 7piece. It's pretty much the same thing they were running on offense, except Bordando is over onto the Hanzo now. Potentially just more spam damage onto the Reinhardt or just any tank, really. Meanwhile, it's a pretty much mirror for Goliath, except Chimoran's on the Mei, potentially trying to zone somebody out and get the pick early. And we'll see how it goes for him.
Already so low and the lamp is forced out. Finally, the lamp's now traded, but right side's on the backside doing a lot of damage here! So much burst damage Diva can do, you don't even think about it with Spooky. A little bit too long in the limelight right there as they lose their life. No shield to keep them up, and the healing just not quite enough even with that window helping them out. But Optical is set up to succeed right now. That's the name of the game. Full charge, he's just melting people! Getting a little bit of help for Chamoran. The Dragon's gonna stop their aggression for now. Let that sim cool down. Exactly what you want with that microwave. You want it to cool down a little bit before you take that pizza right out. The TP is getting them back in this fight just a bit quicker, but Italian Mob is now gone. Nothing this Lucio can do to get that Reinhardt into the fight any faster. The window defensively used, trying to wear down their resources, whittle them down little by little before they end up going in, and the Shatter achieves just that. They whittle them down just enough. Oh, the counter Shatter there from Spooky finds the Lapa, gets traded out. And the Symmetra Wall at one point could be up, but another Dragon, a second Dragon of this one fight. And Bordando basically sends it straight into Optical's face, understanding who the threat is. He's ducking and diving off the map. He goes, giving us a little wave as they go on down to the dip.
Yeah, but I feel like 7piece is going to turn this. Maybe the respawns are enough for Goliath here, but they're having to look. They're investing beat into this now. I mean, this is still just such an overcommitment.
No, he doesn't put the shield up. He's got the crunch as well. Bean can. Italian Mob as the beat is gonna invest it. They're gonna hold this first point.
They don't hold this.
A 2 CP moment on the first point, but no. More DMAX are gonna come through for both sides. Bright side's now gone, but these turrets are set up. The auto-aiming microwaves are gonna be doing so much work right now, and a crazy stall coming out from 7piece, not on the point you would expect.
And the killing Squall there at the very, very end guarantees 7piece is gonna get back as a team. I say that, but Sky...
What? I looked away for a moment and you're off the map?
I don't understand exactly what happened there. That is unfortunate because Goliath now have a free rush to run in without the Reinhardt being present, and they're going to take this advantage, but Bordando gets the first pick.
I'm still baffled by this. Sky's gonna be back action with the Shadow in the backside of the fight. Actually is right there right now. Just walks in and dies. Just walks in and dies. What are you doing? A free Shadow here to Spooky. There's nothing to stop this from going on. Doesn't even want to commit it. Thinks this fight is over, but that hubris has led to them losing fights in the past. He's trying to rush down this Symmetra. Finally finds that maybe he was right not having to commit that Shadow, but it's risky enough when you just came off a 3-minute fight and you expect not to go into another one. But Sky, a little bit of trolling right there, as that was just odd. Is the only way. He's back to die. He's back to die. 3 deaths in like 30 seconds. No.
I mean that.
Becca just left. I'm barely here. What is happening in this match?
I mean, that was absolutely ridiculous, that shot in Bordando, and it saves his team. You know, they potentially could have been rushed down by Goliath there, but that headshot forces them to wait for the Tracer to respawn, means 7-piece gets a good regroup, and now they're dragging the high ground where everybody is stuck.
They're just gone. There's not much to do. Spooky's so low. I mean, this has been an insane round so far. But they're just now approaching 3 minutes, but Chamoy is trying to bring it back. But can you? Defenders spawn. We know how egregious it can be on this map. It's insane. It's insanity.
And, I mean, looking forward into this next fight, it's going to be even more insanity, as I feel like we're about to go into a slapstick type of fight where ultimates are just going to get chucked at the wall, and hopefully one of them sticks and does something. I think the ultimate you're going to want to look out for is Chamorin's Blizzard. It's going to create so much space, as well as potentially freeze up a member of 7-piece to give Goliath that initiating pick that they're going to need. But the Shatter on the flank, they don't know.
Wait, they don't know. They are literally unaware. Laughing Frogman. As they're going to be jumping with the hideout. Don't C9 this point. Going to be pinning it. Finds Eden Hole somehow. And the Shatter to follow. Sky's going insane. The beat's not in time to save him, but he's done his job. He's done the damage.
I mean, this is just absolutely ludicrous. And now the stagger onto the Baby Diva. You hate to see it, but right side will finally go off the side of the map. And Goliath, they invested into that fight. They used the Blizzard. They used their B as well just to try to get in. And now you're starting to lose more and more time. Only about 1:30 will be left on the clock by the time you're ready for this next fight. And all you have to show for it is an amplification matrix. I don't know how much value Squall's going to be able to get off of this unless they set it up properly here on the high ground.
Oh no, he's just crunked. They don't put the lamp down fast enough. Now they have no lamp to save themselves, but the wall is going to do just that. They're trying to push Sky down, trying to force him back into the cage, but he doesn't want to go. He's going to fight you. He's going to just walk around you with that shield. And it's not looking good for Goliath. I don't see how they finish this with time unless they quick roll a fight.
And unfortunately, that's the situation they're putting themselves in. As you see now, they're not even trying to go for high ground. They're just running potentially down the main here. But Optical is already down. There's no resurrect in sight. You gotta wait for your Cassidy. It's just all you can do now. Goliath, they're running out of options, running out of time, but the silver lining is these tank ultimates. You know, Spooky's coming towards that Shatter, and Brightside can create a lot of space with the Diva Bomb. That's what you're hoping for, to at least get you into an OT fight, because the longer a fight goes on, you're giving your entire team just more chances, more opportunities, so hopefully they won't waste this opportunity. 30 seconds left, they're going to point.
Bomb in the backside. Who gets caught by this time? No one, luckily. The bomb, counter bomb to the high ground. Again, doesn't find anything. Bomb's traded. The Shatter. Spooky comes out of the mech and shatters somehow. It's crazy. It's a new patch. As the turrets are just finding too much value right now. There's nothing they can do. That's the fight. And that's potentially the map. It's time to swap the stall, guys. But can you even get here fast enough? The ball nerf hurts a lot in the situation. You can't even grapple for 6 seconds. And they touch. It's going to be close. But, okay, not like that, Spooky. Not like that, Spooky. You can't do it like that, Spooky. And you get shattered and sent to the Shadow realm. And 7-piece completes the 2-0. Goliath is stunned. Squall is in some blue dimension down there. Literally take it out. Okay, they're back. But man, that's a statement win from 7-piece.
That wasn't even just a matter of, oh, we won the series, They controlled the series pretty much at any and all points from Ilios to now. Sure, they lost a few defensive fights that maybe they would have wanted to win, but at the end of the day, they just kind of, 7-piece, they had all of the power in their hands. They decided their fate tonight, and Goliath, you got to be rattled to your core after a fight like that being sent to lower bracket. I don't know what just happened. I truly cannot process it.
It was quite insane. And I mean, so far today, it's been quite. I mean, the first two matches were quite normal, right? 2-0 pretty quickly for Atomic, 2-0 pretty quickly for Redwood, expected. Heartbreakers, Hayden was a roller coaster at times. A very close match, but it was up in the air. This one was also up in the air, but still in the dominant enough fashion that 7-Piece did. I think that was way out of expectations for everyone involved. So big shout outs to 7-Piece. We should be getting an interview from them shortly, potentially. We'll see who does make their way up here into the interview. But I mean, Megalas, looking at that, what can you really say after that?
I mean, there's nothing you can really say. It truly was just kind of, it was that tempo setting that 7-Piece did. They were able to just kind of always maintain control of the series. Anytime they needed an ult to do something, it was right on time, precise where they needed it, as well as they just kind of overwhelmed Goliath with just sheer power, right? They were constantly forcing Goliath to play at this higher tempo, despite at times, for example, when we saw in Ilios, Goliath was on this dive comp that wants to execute really, really fast, but somehow 7-Piece was setting the tempo time and again. And if they're able to continue this level of play, I'm scared for the rest of the bracket. I am scared.
I just think it's it's kind of a factor that wasn't being considered, right? I don't think a lot of people were thinking about 7-Piece when they were talking about the playoffs. A lot of it was centered on those top teams, Redwood, Atomic, Heartbreakers even. So, I mean, for them to take this in this fashion, it does make a statement, and I think we should be having some players coming in very shortly. We actually have 4 of them, it looks like, potentially, maybe 3. So we'll see if they do come in very shortly. They're there, they're waiting.
Yeah.
They're waiting. Hey, everyone, how are we?
Good.
After that win right there.
Feeling good, man. The happy chemicals are flowing through my brain, so.
I mean, the way you were playing Reinhardt, I think anybody would have happy chemicals flying through their brain right now.
Yes, sir.
You know, I guess the first question, the good place to start was, you know, you guys were playing at this incredibly aggressive tempo, something we have not seen from you in quite a few weeks here. So was this always the plan, to just whip out this super high tempo and just keep the foot on the gas?
We have not scrimmed Hanamura since week 2. We just kind of winged it, you know what I'm saying? Kind of proud of the boys, looking clean on that map. Actually clean.
The tempo comes from we going into playoffs. We had no idea what we were doing at any point. We knew what we were doing and we executed. So everyone should be kind of scared for 7P because we're on a roll right now.
Yeah. I mean, you guys made a statement with how, like, I mean, it wasn't much of a thing of, like, if you guys would win. It was kind of like in a lot of people's opinion, a very close matchup between you. But the fact that you took it in the fashion you did, I think, has made a statement to everyone in the community that you guys are a very good team and a very strong team in this playoffs now. So looking forward, I believe you guys should be facing off against Redwood. Yes. Yeah. How we all feeling about that matchup?
Excited. Should be a fun match. I like a bunch of the players on that team. My IJP brethren. You know, but it should be interesting. I'm not really worried about that. I just gotta say this before I forget. I know I'm gonna forget.
I was about to remind you.
Yeah. Big reason. You know, I've always known this team has been really good. Has had solid players from the get-go. I'm not a coach. I've never claimed to be a coach. I can only do so much as one man. Thank you. Shout out to everyone who's been coaching us. We've had like a sea of coaches, like between BP, the legendary coach, honestly, goated coach. He's been coaching us sometimes. It's been really nice. Toxic,
about a week
between yesterday and today, has done. Toxic's done a lot for this team. Just holy cow! And Evan has been here a couple days every week. Just thank you guys all so much for helping me out and trying to make this team the best that it can, because I know this team could be so much. I know it. I just see these players. They're all so good.
You love to see it. You love to hear kind of that enthusiasm and hype you have for your team. I mean, just again, a phenomenal job today. Looking forward into your next match. Hopefully, Redwood,
right?
Yeah,
Redwood, like they beat us, but we didn't even have our full team then. I didn't play, so it was like a fugazi.
And dude, that was a different team back then, honestly.
And I wasn't even there. Now that I'm gonna be here for the playoffs, they should be scared, to be honest with you.
The mob, man.
Confidence oozing out of it. I love it. But yeah, thank you guys again. Congrats on your win, and hopefully you'll have a wonderful, wonderful evening.
Any shout outs you guys want before you leave, though?
The whole team played phenomenal today.
Shout out to everyone on the team.
Everyone, the vibes are up. Sky played amazing. Beacon, the DPS and Bordando and Cartoon, they're always down to flex whatever we need. They're the best. And Sly, my boy Sly too. He's my support duo.
My boy Cartoon, my goat Cartoon.
And shout out Freya, who couldn't make the match.
Freya, he was here. He was watching. We love you. Hit the dance floor tomorrow, buddy. I want to see a video of you on Shout, baby. Put your hands up.
Yeah, come on, Freya.
Yeah, I mean, shout out Freya. But again, thank you guys for joining us very much, and take a little bit of days off, and then get back to prepping for that next week matchup against Redwood, and then goes to the rest of the playoffs, because next week is the rest of the playoffs. It's going to be kind of a gauntlet for B League. They haven't had multiple days of play this season so far, so get ready for that. Get ready for some exciting matchups next week. Again, thank you guys for joining us.
Thank you.
You got it.
Thank you, man.
And and with that, that does do it the end of today. It's been kind of a mixed bag. The first two matches quite quick, but the last two matches, I mean, not even the last two matches, the third match basically times today. And I mean, that is going to be interesting. But again, we do have more matches for BPL A-League. The playoffs will be wrapping up the final 4 matches, first to 3 for them. And I mean, Mega, anything you can kind of say about A-League playoffs that are kicking off, ending tomorrow, this weekend?
The A-League playoffs, listen, momentum has built momentum. That is all that needs to be known. Proud of Zenith, though. I hope Zenith win, but listen, momentum, they're too powerful. They're rolling.
You also believe in the momentum differential, huh?
Mm-hmm.
The momentum differential.
Listen, Jack has taken my SR from me several times, but I think enough about that, because I think Solomon and BP have something to say.
Yo.
Yeah.
Hi, it's us.
Hello.
Yeah, what a day of games. It's been a long one with lots of issues, so thanks everyone for sticking around with that one. But we made it through just about. But we have some interesting stuff about the rest of the weekend. As you know, tomorrow and Sunday are the conclusion of Season 3 A-League. And before you leave, although why would you, because it's interesting, we have a new montage by the one and only Mark at the end of this stream. So once we finish yapping, get to see that. It's pretty nice. BP.
Yes, hello.
What are the different things we need to say? There's a bunch of different stuff. I can't remember it all, but go.
Yeah, I have a bunch of important stuff. We finally have both MVP candidates, or winners decided, and that will be announced after the losers final game on Sunday. We also have...
That's just before Grands, right?
Yeah, just before Grands. We also have like a little something in between the break, give teams a little rest. We have something really hype going on, like be sure to be there. It's like a very peak BPL thing to do. Something unique and fun. Also, there's an MVP reward. I can't reveal what, but
it will be revealed.
Yeah, it will be revealed. Maybe we'll have a video. I have spent like a fair amount of money on this award for both A-League and B-League, so it should be pretty hype. What else?
It mainly just be here tomorrow and Sunday and get everyone in. Promote the stream a bit. We'll make sure we tweet when we go live. So you can wrap it up.
Retweet it. Come out. Type in chat. Watch Rico's bold stream. Everyone tune in. We want to make it good and special. It's gonna be hype.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. Make sure you're here for it. It's gonna be first to 3 all day tomorrow and Sunday, which is quite nice. A bit of change. We get to see our top 4 teams really battle against each other. So I hope we get some good matches as well. Tomorrow and Sunday is going to be really great. I'm really excited for Sunday, actually. The thing in the middle is going to be really exciting. I haven't quite seen... I've heard some things. I've seen some things. I've been told some things, but haven't seen the final result yet. So I'm really excited about that.
Also, how are comms checks going?
They were going last time I checked. I know we're recording all the comms.
Yes.
So they will be...
We are recording all comms. We should have a comms check out. If we don't, I will save everyone, and I will probably go back myself and edit every single... I will download the 7-hour VODs, and I will send each team's comms to them. So if you want your team's comms, I will find them for you, so you can make them yourself.
Someone's just changed your icon to a monkey.
Why?
And you tell me.
It's Joey.
It's either Joey or Pika, and it's probably Joey.
Also, yeah. Been a long season. We'll have lots of thank yous to say on Sunday.
I mean, we still have next week as well. B-League, for those who like B-League, the entire playoffs will be finished next weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So please make sure you're available, because this week's scheduling was almost impossible. So if you want to take time off and you need to, you should get that in for next weekend and the Friday.
Yes. We do want to emphasize to all B-Leaguers, because you'll be playing Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We understand. The complication with B-League is there's a lot of West Coasters and there's a lot of EU people. And you can't do early because they're all children and they're at school on the West Coast. And you can't do it late because they're playing at 3 a.m. on EU. So,
Yeah, feels EU, man. It's 4 a.m. right now.
Sleep in, work a bit. We always try to make the best schedule possible. It's we understand there's some frustration, but we'll work it out.
Anyway, a lot of cool stuff happening this weekend. We have some new events. We have a show match. Well, we were going to have a show match today, but that didn't happen. We're going to have a show match of other games. I think we have a TF2 game that's being played.
Do you want to bring up Pika to talk about his one?
I don't know if you want to be put on the spot, but we have an event coming soon. We'll be announcing all of that tomorrow during the day, up on Twitter and socials and stuff like that. So more stuff. It's not Overwatch as well.
Yes. There's going to be 2 different games. We're going to have Winter Showdown. If you haven't got a team, I'll probably throw out a ping after.
Actually, Snowdown.
Snowdown. Yes. Very funny.
Yeah.
If you don't have a team by after BPL finishes, I will throw out a ping and I will force you onto a team. I'll make sure you don't have anyone you have blacklisted. I'll make some teams to help you out. What else? At the end of the year, me and Solomon and Vic and all the cool managers, Freya, Dryad, we're gonna have a big talk about our plans for next year. We're probably gonna be a bit more transparent. We might post a roadmap or something. Get a whole bunch of stuff out so you know what you're doing, and people can take breaks off.
Yeah.
Maybe no BPL season 4 in off season for Overwatch League. I think BPL has been very long and tiring.
There's a lot of stuff happening. We have some really cool opportunities potentially. So you guys will know when we're allowed to. I would say when we know, but unfortunately when we work with actual brands, we can't just say it all the time.
Yeah.
SC5 maybe. Yeah. Anyway.
Wait, but there's the merch store as well that we put out today.
As well. Exclamation merch. We're gonna put more on it because it's so cool. You can get a logo, fucking anything. I'm gonna put this montage on by Mark. It was really good. Someone please give all the money you can to Mark, because he will observe for hours on end with insane quality and just randomly pop up with a well edited montage, just DMing me, hey, do you want to show it? What the fuck? So if you want to support the channel by following, giving bids, subscribing, or giving us merch. We don't make much money on merch. It's usually about $1 per item. We try to keep it as low as we could. Then that money at the end of the day will be split if there's enough to split it. Yeah, cool. That's all from us. BPL will be here tomorrow. We start at sometime. What time is it? 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. That'll be Momentum versus Cowabunga. Then that's an elimination match, and then that's we find out our top 3. And then afterwards, which will be about 8 Eastern, will be Summit versus Zenith, which are the upper finals. So get ready for that. Get hyped. We will see you tomorrow. And after this, it's December now. My house is very Christmassy.
I have a new Christmas playlist in the break, so maybe we'll use that. But yeah, enjoy this. We'll see you tomorrow.
Are you always lying, young and ashamed? I know why you're hiding, you always win. You're so kind to in every way, but I know you. And you wanna hide it, but I know. And I'll say the truth, I say the truth. That you wanna try it, but I know. I really know you, really know you. That you wanna hide it, but I know. And I'll say the truth, I say the truth. That you wanna try it, but I know. I really know you.
No, Farmer doesn't go down. But Guac putting that shatter into motion. That is 4 kills for Guac.
Get behind you. Not the thing. Oh, wave.
Able to play well. Big EMP gonna come in from Marlon. Gets 5.
No. You can't let him break in value here. Pick up 3. Break just slicing and dicing.
Window and front product answers with the portal as well. That's a gigantic. Yep, that's a good blossom right there. That'll do just fine.
EMP used to block once to try and turn things. Chasey comes close to the bomber as well. Takes power out of the mech to
Chasey!
Oh my lord, Chasey is just carrying that twice. Absolutely dragging him with the beat.
Wrecking ball, so Thunder. Pat goes hard, twice goes inside 2 post flat. Oh, down the bridge, there's a Yasuo.
Are you always lying, young and ashamed? I know why you're hiding, you always win. You're so kind to in every way, but I know you. And you wanna hide it, but I know. And I'll say the truth, I say the truth. That you wanna try it, but I know. I really know you, really know you. That you wanna hide it, but I know. And I'll say the truth, I say the truth. That you wanna try it, but I know. I really know you.
Gerald
Gonna force
on
their
the
hand.
outside looking in. Oh no! Super slam could go for it. There we go. Lands it onto 3. Turning the fight around for the Sultan and the battery.
He can get melted too quite quickly, but the magic shot. Oh! With high noon by 4!
Ooh, wait a minute. No way.
What?
No way.
You engage with that nano blade, and here it comes.
Yeah, but nice deflection also flash there actually, so Magnolia cannot stop that nano blade in time. 3 kills for Drakey. Looking for another one as well. Going mad in the back.
Force the window into irrelevance pretty much. As well as the high noon front clap with the wall. Oh my! I see that, but he's got 4! What is that?
There it is. Right on top. Oh, he gets 4. Dragon Watch again.